Are we ready? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the opening, launching, startup of the Align project. We had a contest for this name. We had all kinds of interesting ways to talk about infrastructure that's linear, that's got safeguards involved. And one person came up with this acronym, Asia's Linear Infrastructure Safeguarding Nature. And it fits so nicely because the alignment of infrastructure is the most critical part of linear infrastructure decision making if you want to be able to save biodiversity. So the name helps you visualize what we're trying to achieve with this project. So this project is funded by the United States government, the United States Agency for International Development, and we're very grateful for their support. They've been long-standing partners in building a greater understanding of how infrastructure and biodiversity intersect, and we're very proud to be implementing this project with USAID that we're starting today. We are WWF, WWF World Wildlife Fund in the United States. Elsewhere in the world, it's called Worldwide Fund for Nature, but in Canada and the US, we really liked the old name, so you'll see a difference sometimes in the hallways here. And our partner is the CLLC, Center for Large Landscape Conservation. This is an organization that focuses on the connectivity nature needs to be able to sustain itself, wildlife, but also other processes that need space to move. So think about infrastructure and that idea of space to move. Infrastructure is the opposite, trends in the opposite direction of what nature needs. Nature needs to flow. Nature needs to move the water from one place to another, genetic material from one place to another to keep evolution going, the mating, the search of food. Nature flows. Infrastructure, on the other hand, is designed exactly not to flow. It's designed to be straight, impermeable, and permanent, immovable, and basically the opposite of what nature requires. So you find, especially with linear infrastructure, which goes across many ecosystems with one single project, that it becomes a barrier to the ability of nature to flow across a landscape and to sustain that connectivity that we're more and more learning is vital for the future of biodiversity and biodiversity restoration. So this project that USAID is investing in here with this team and a broader group of partners, especially with the governments of Nepal, Mongolia, and India, who will speak with us today. We're going to be looking at how to improve the safeguards that will make sure that infrastructure that is developed, because there is no disputing the fact that we need more infrastructure, we need the right infrastructure, we need the right infrastructure in the right place so that it doesn't damage nature. This project is designed to strengthen those safeguards that are built into the process of developing good infrastructure, so that when we make decisions about the infrastructure of the future, we're not undermining nature, we're not stopping our capacity to restore nature, we're actually building in resilience of ecosystems that we depend on, we're actually taking into account the dependencies our infrastructure has on nature. Imagine vegetated slopes on mountainsides, remove all that, add a bit of fire like in the United States, then add a bit of rain, and you have massive landslides in some of the richest counties in our country. Not something we expect to happen very often, but increasingly when we don't pay attention to how the natural system is functioning to serve us, we will suffer. And infrastructure is dependent on nature more than right now the design of infrastructure takes into account. So we're looking towards the future of designing infrastructure in a way that we can both maintain the services required in the SDGs, sought after by communities, and have it save and actually build back nature. So we have a nature positive approach that we're taking to infrastructure development. And this project is perfect for kicking that off for us because it's looking at that fundamental step, safeguards. Safeguards are built into processes, but we're finding often they're not enough. You'll still have safeguards in a project that has some challenges that emerge later on. So what we would like to do is see what it would take to have safeguard activities occur much earlier upstream in the pre-planning phase, in the spatial planning phase, in the master planning phase. Think about all these issues so that by the time you design a project and then have your EIA, your environmental impact assessment, there will be hardly any mitigation measures required. That will cut costs, that will speed up your project, and you'll have the infrastructure you need without damaging nature. These are the principles we're looking at in Asia, the continent where the growth projection of infrastructure is like this. Our country's in the West, but in Asia it's like this. They really need to get it right, and you'll find through today's discussions some of the best examples of how people are solving the problems. This project is going to make it happen over the next 4 years. So today I'd like to welcome a representative from the United States delegation here, Heather Tallis, who will open our discussions with a description of my United States interests in infrastructure. She's the Assistant Director for Biodiversity and Conservation Science in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Let me just remind you, 1 minute, this is a 5-hour session. Are you ready for this 5 hours? It's a marathon of infrastructure. This is a whole afternoon. This launch is just the kickoff of the day. So we're about to embark on a perfect project, in my opinion. We're going to talk about big cats and their relationship with infrastructure. We're going to talk about how it affects local communities in the Amazon in the second session this afternoon. We're going to look at how you build infrastructure for renewable energy that doesn't undermine biodiversity in the third session this afternoon. And finally, we're going to talk about the favorite topic of finance. How are we going to mobilize the resources necessary to develop sustainable infrastructure into the future to deliver the outcomes we're agreeing to here? If you stay the 5 hours, if you're here now and are still here at 5:30, I have prizes for you, really, really nice prizes. And we'll show you later some of those prizes. So I'll keep an eye out on who's still here. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be super interesting. I found it fascinating to hear what people want to talk about. So this is just the beginning. The other thing I want to mention is that I won't be reading out the bios over the course of the day. I will, however, put up the speakers of each session so you can see their names. We have some changes here, which we'll get to. But you can look up in the Nature Positive Pavilion. There you can find everybody's bios. Just look that up while the process is going on. So without further logistical ado, let me welcome Heather Tallis from Washington.
Thank you all. I think you're still in shock from the 5-hour challenge that was just presented, but thank you, Kate, and I'm sorry I won't be able to win a prize. I first need to start by saying that I am here speaking on behalf of Dr. Jane Lubchenco, who's the Deputy Director for Climate and the Environment in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. She sends very sincere regrets that she's not able to be here today. So we are here at COP15, close on the heels of COP27, because we face the triple crises of nature loss, climate change, and inequity. And success will require confronting these three crises together on the basis of knowledge and science-based policies. We remain hopeful that this conference will lead to the adoption of a very ambitious global biodiversity framework. And we remain hopeful because projects like ALIGN demonstrate how combining science, financing, and development can move the needle on nature and people. Make no mistake, infrastructure provides a golden opportunity to weave these threads together because, as the LINE project recognizes, infrastructure will be most successful if it is resilient and literally aligned with nature, as the title says. We have clear evidence that building with nature can make linear infrastructure more resilient, some of which Kate mentioned. For example, forests along roadways can lower extreme temperatures and reduce the buckling of pavement that we're increasingly seeing. Coral reefs, mangroves, marshes, and dunes can protect coastal railways or highways or pipelines from flooding, reducing travel and service interruptions. Designing infrastructure to avoid major movement corridors of animals or creating passageways for wildlife, something we do where I live in California for mountain lions, really can benefit nature and improve the infrastructure itself, making roads safer and traffic interruptions less common. It's increasingly obvious that that science is clear, but underused. It's time to change that, and it's time for nature to be the go-to option. We in the Biden-Harris administration are listening to and acting on this knowledge. We've charted a course to make investments in nature the country's first choice for confronting climate change and building equitable and resilient communities and infrastructure. President Biden initiated this path on Earth Day this year in signing an executive order that made nature-based solutions a matter of national policy. That action built on his earlier commitment to conserve 30% of U.S. lands and waters by 2030. We hope a goal that other nations will join us in supporting here at COP15. The President called on federal agencies to take a hard look at opportunities to dramatically scale up nature-based solutions across the federal government. And after months of intense work, agencies identified a powerful and broad portfolio of actions, but also significant impediments to success. It's still not easy to do nature-based solutions in all cases. And that group of federal agencies recommended ways to remove those barriers and accelerate action. We captured these actions, impediments, and solutions in a U.S. nature-based solutions roadmap that we released at COP27. That roadmap lays out strategic actions that the U.S. can take to mainstream nature, including recommendations to build considerations of nature into infrastructure planning and design. These recommendations are enabled by recent legislation that includes literally billions of dollars in infrastructure financing that can be used differently to build with nature for safer, more resilient roads and other transportation. For example, the U.S. Department of Transportation received $8.7 billion to build climate resilience into transportation systems, including by building with nature, in a core transportation funding program. Nature-based solutions transcend geography. The Align project provides another clear example of action that's aligned with our all-of-government strategy to consider nature first as part of the solution. This project shows how we can use what we already know to build better, safer infrastructure that benefits both people and nature. I know from my past work in my career on ecosystem services and payments for ecosystem services that Asia has led in some aspects of investing in nature as part of development, like major payment for ecosystem service programs. And the Align project provides an important opportunity for Asia in partnership to continue to lead and to show what mainstreaming nature can really look like. This is an exciting time. Many are embracing opportunities to partner with nature and science to achieve multiple goals. From my remarks, it should be clear that the United States aims to prioritize investments in nature as the go-to options in fighting climate change, nature loss, and inequities. I can't wait to see what the Align project contributes to real solutions on the ground, but also to our scientific understanding and increasing our knowledge of the relationship between wildlife and linear infrastructure and how we can continue to improve that relationship. We chart exciting territory here, and I invite each of you to embrace the challenges and appreciate the benefits of driving knowledge-based innovations for infrastructure, nature, and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to hear from our colleagues in Washington via recorded messages. First, we'll hear from Mr. Michael Schiffer, Assistant Administration Lead for the Asia Bureau at the United States Agency for International Development in Washington, D.C.
The Assistant Administrator for Asia. My apologies that I can't join you today. The Earth is facing the sixth mass extinction in its history, with the future of thousands of species on the line, and unimaginable repercussions for all life if we fail to act now to address its most adverse consequences. Yet, at the same time, we must also meet the needs of the tens of millions of people in Asia and around the globe emerging from poverty and provide them the sustainable pathway to prosperity that they deserve. Healthy ecosystems and sustainable infrastructure development must go hand in hand.
Good afternoon.
Both
My
are
name
vital
is
to
Mary
combating
Melnick,
climate change
and I lead
and improving human health and prosperity. To that end, USAID is launching the ALIGN project to mainstream biodiversity conservation in the infrastructure sector to safeguard communities and our planet. ALIGN will partner with civil society stakeholders, the private sector, and governments across Asia, including India, Mongolia, and Nepal, to conserve biodiversity, ensure healthy ecosystems, and advance climate resilience, all while promoting high-quality infrastructure. Conservation and infrastructure is not an either-or choice, and we look forward to partnering with all of you to conserve our planet's fragile biodiversity, protect livelihoods, and unlock prosperity throughout Asia. Thank you, and again, my apologies that I was not able to join you today.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, and we'd like to also hear from the lead of our project in Washington in the Asia Bureau, Mary Melnick, the Environment, Security, and Resilience Division Chief of the Asia Bureau in Washington. Second video, please. However, we can't hear Mary.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Melnick, and I lead the Division for Environmental Security and Resilience at USAID in the Asia Bureau. I have the privilege of working with Assistant Administrator Schiffer and would like to emphasize further the importance of environmental and social safeguards, along with avoidance of impacts before, during, and after infrastructure construction. First, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today, and especially to our esteemed panel members from India, Mongolia, Nepal, and the Asian Development Bank, as well as thanks to Dr. Tallis from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I'd also like to thank our co-hosts, the World Wildlife Fund, the Center for Large Landscape Conservation, and the Infrastructure and Nature Coalition for making today's event happen. In the midst of far too many crises in the world today, this launch demonstrates hope and the importance of nature that is life-giving as well as life-saving. Our global development challenges, including the biodiversity crisis, are highly complex, and often human and financial resources are scarce. Yet a project like ALIGN addresses biodiversity threats head-on while also building a better, greener, and more equitable world. We'll hear the enormity of the infrastructure development needs this afternoon, and the path ahead that ALIGN is forging with government partners, civil society, banks, and the construction sector, that conservation and roads are not an either or, but that we can have both high quality infrastructure and conservation. High quality infrastructure is a priority of President Biden's. It's infrastructure that does not degrade the environment, that respects the rights of people living nearby, and allows them to benefit from improved services. It also is an infrastructure that minimizes impacts on our climate, provides for climate resilience, and that is open, transparent, and accountable, all while conserving biodiversity. An example that stands out in my mind is the research of Dr. Neil Carter and his associates that quantified that nearly 24,000 kilometers of new roads are planned in tiger conservation landscapes by 2050. That's like building 6 new interstate highways from Boston to Seattle. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Data are also emerging on the importance of large animals in maintaining healthy ecosystems for carbon stocks and water quality and quantity for future climate resilience. We have a strong case, therefore, for protecting the remaining ecosystems and their biodiversity that they contain. Align's work with partners like you is key in promoting environmental and social safeguard standards that will achieve multiple benefits, including conserving biodiversity, healthy ecosystems, mitigating climate change, advancing climate resilience, all while promoting infrastructure and sustainable development. We at USAID welcome partnering with all of you through Align, and we wish you much success in all of your efforts to conserve biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. We've worked for a long time together. Mary is a true fan of the conservation of biodiversity in Asia. It's great to work with her again. Let me welcome now Rob Ament. He is our Linear Infrastructure Ecology Technical Director on the project, and he's the Senior Conservationist at the Center for Large Landscape Conservation. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you, Kate. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to give everyone a brief overview of the actual project and sort of what we're up to and what we hope to achieve. As a technical director, I'm one of those rare ecologists called a road ecologist, where for 20 years I've been looking at the impacts, working on understanding the impacts of our linear infrastructure called roads on nature, on natural systems. And the very first book in the field was written in 2003. And then in 2017, the first book on railway ecology came out. So this is a relatively young field to understand what the consequences of all this infrastructure that we're developing is going to cause. But we also have some proven solutions as well, so that's promising. But there's a lot of work to be done, and always the science helps guide the policies, so as we continue to improve our scientific understanding for the wide variety of species that are affected by roads, rails, and power lines, which is the focus of Align, we'll be able to create even better policies as well. So I'll skip by that. And this is sort of the very standard statement of what Aligna's intent is, and its aims to conserve biodiversity and support livelihoods in response to Asia's rapid expansion of linear infrastructure. And again, we'll focus on roads, rails, and power lines. Later I'll show you a slide that shows that's a preponderance of the linear infrastructure being developed in Asia. And of course there are pipelines and other modes, canals that aren't going to be directly addressed by this project. And again, this is the Align project leadership. You've heard from everyone today except for Sandesh Hamal. We actually have an engineer who's the lead manager for the project. So it's not just conservation and ecology, but we actually have a lead with an engineer, which is always an important thing when dealing with infrastructure. And so I'll be talking a little bit about what the challenges are. And then there's USAID funded a project that preceded this one called the LISA project. Again, another acronym. We're always challenged with those. This is Linear Infrastructure Safeguards in Asia. But it was basically a 14-month broad overview of the status and capacity in Asia to address linear infrastructure. And then much of that information was brought into the Align project, and I'll talk about that. So this came out of a ADB economic analysis in 2017, and it just shows you the scope of the linear infrastructure that's being built that needs to be funded for developing Asia. And it also shows, again, those two important sectors where 52% of the investment would be in energy, which means a lot of linear power lines, and then over a third of it would be in transport, which is roads and rails. And so that's almost 90% of the total investment in infrastructure, and that's why the three modes that we're focusing on: roads, railways, and power lines. And this is, of course, we always want to acknowledge that there's so many benefits when we do develop LI. We can't forget when we always work as a linear infrastructure ecologist, we're always looking at the adverse consequences, but the social benefits and are the real driver here. So what we want to do is, if we're going to develop our linear infrastructure, is let's address its impacts to nature a lot smarter than we have in the past. And this is the challenge that the human footprint's increasing as this expansion of linear infrastructures continues. We really have to think from early on and in planning at national levels, what landscapes do we want to leave alone? What landscapes do we want to, we might be hitting thresholds with our development and our human footprint, and where is it really the smartest places to locate this expanding linear infrastructure? And again, as that human footprint increases, we're seeing a lot more extinction risk in those highly developed landscapes. So there will be consequences that we really have to address this extinction by the expansion of our linear infrastructure. And also, it's a well-known that roads, rails, and power lines really can affect animal movement, migrations, etc. And so that's a key component of this project to address those adverse impacts. Oh, one last one. And there are many other consequences once we open up landscapes or expand some of the things, even like hydrologic effects and things like that. So we'll also have to be addressing, more severe weather events. We've seen many of our systems blown out by a 200 or a 300-year storm when traditional, like aquatic passage or culverts and systems and bridges are built for 50-year storm events. And what we're seeing are 100 and 200 and 300. So we have to start thinking about our designs of our infrastructure for the next 100 years with much more severe storms that have higher probabilities. So this was the LISA project I alluded to earlier, and it basically summarized where we are in Asia with our current understanding of both the impacts and how well the solutions, potential solutions as well, have been studied. So we did a spatial analysis that first mapped out the highest biodiversity landscapes, and then we layered on where the future, not the existing infrastructure is, but where future planned infrastructure is going to occur. We also, and then I'll show that in a second, we did a capacity assessment. We did a survey of over 500 people in 5 different countries to get an understanding of how well they've been, what kind of training they need, how well they understand the issues, do engineers know how to design wildlife crossings, for example. So we have a better understanding of the capacity needs. And then we did a literature view of 20 years. So we did 20 years of what literature is available about both the impacts of roads, rails, and power lines, and then some of the mitigation measures and how effective they are. So that's all online, and it led us, this was the study area, again, 28 countries, and those are the 3 modes that we're going to be talking about in a line for the next 4 years, and some key findings from it. So one thing is, it's really difficult to get linear infrastructure that's planned but hasn't been built. We can use satellites to look at the current roads, but projecting so that you know what the environmental consequences of your project are going to be, it's really difficult. So we had to actually, we had a team of 4 digitizing. They worked on this for almost about 4 to 6 months just to pull 81,000 kilometers of new planned, not built yet, linear infrastructure in those 3 modes. And it was primarily, we focused on multilateral development projects. We couldn't get enough data from all 28 countries, all their plans, and then digitize all that. So we looked at things like ASEAN's, what they had that was available that we could pull from maps of planned projects, some of the BRI that had been published and hadn't been built yet, so that we were aware of, and other types of multilateral development. And so the interesting thing we found was 2/3 of these new LI projects have new footprints. If you look at the rest of the world, particularly North America and Europe, they're just adding another lane to a current highway, or another rail line next to a current one, or another power line where they already have the power corridor. But what we found is these are all new footprints. So what the opportunity in Asia is avoidance. You can avoid the most important biological locales because the location hasn't been set yet. And so there's a great opportunity, again, in the pre-planning and the early planning to really think about route selection. That's very unusual compared to some of the other continents. Then the last thing is it would also impact 350 protected areas and potentially affect 12 to 20%. And there are more projects to come. So this was just sort of a basic understanding of where we are right now today. And with that 500-person survey, we found out that training was really needed by all the different constituents: engineering firms, consultants, government agencies, the NGO community. And there needs to be a shift by the LI sector really to start incorporating the needs of nature more on a regular basis or standard approach that hasn't been done yet. So Align brings us all forward. We already have over 10 hours of training sessions. These are the 6 different categories we have, and we're going to continue to build this library of capacity building. And these are all available on websites. The training manual has quiz questions, so you can see how well, after listening to an hour presentation, you absorb the information. And so now that's all been brought forward, and off we go with Align, and it's a 4-year, $6 million study. Kate already said it's who are partnerships, WWF and CLLC, and there's 3 focal countries, India, Mongolia, and Nepal. They'll be presenting today. Now it doesn't forward. Why am I stuck? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now it's stuck.
Speak to the rhinos. Good one. You have to wrap up.
Okay, just a second. One more. One more.
We have a
Oh boy.
possible to advance.
Oh, can you advance it for me? Can you take control?
Rob, just speak to it, because we don't have time.
I don't have time to do it. There we go.
But
There.
I mean, just say you're closing remarks.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry that this sort of blew up on me. But basically, the Align project will be working with the 3 countries, Nepal, India, and Mongolia, and try to take advantage of each country's leadership in trying to really address natural resources as they develop their linear infrastructure, and then take those lessons learned and apply it more broadly to the Asian community, and then we will continue to build capacity with many different partners as well. So we look forward to working with a lot of different folks that I was going to explain a little bit, but I think I'll just wrap it up here and leave it. Sorry.
There was so much more exciting stuff in that PowerPoint. I'm sorry about that. We have a model for this project. We are the core group, but we also are working with a whole range of partners, knowledge partners such as the Asian Development Bank. So I'd like to bring on one of our partners to describe the relationship they see with our project, because we are very well aligned in our vision of how to improve infrastructure development in Asia. Ms. Karma Yangzam, who is the Principal Environment Specialist, Safeguards Review Division and Environment Thematic Group within the Asian Development Bank. Welcome, Karma.
Good afternoon, everybody, and it's a great pleasure to be here. And thank you to WWF for inviting ADB to be a part of this, the launch of this project, which is a very much needed project. So I will be talking about the opportunities that we from the ADB see in working with USA, WWF, and CLLC in this project. And we're, okay. So I was really happy to hear Kay talk about spatial planning, master planning in her remarks earlier. And Bob also mentioned the huge opportunity for avoidance. So one of the main opportunities we see is to promote this, better upstream planning and better implementing the option of avoidance. And particularly in terms of promoting online tools to make this spatial planning happen in a very efficient manner, which also produces very accurate data, because now with improvement of technology, we have a lot of access to good data, and we can do a lot of upstream screening and analysis already by sitting in our office. And of course, there are many more tools, and here on the screen, I mentioned only 3. And I would like to point out the EviStep tool in particular, and we heard about energy infrastructure going to be one of the largest, and particularly transmission lines. So this is a tool which was developed by BirdLife International in partnership with ADB. And it is to help locate solar and wind projects and transmission lines in areas that have good solar and wind potential, but that are not ecologically sensitive and will not result in negative impacts in biodiversity. And currently this tool, the database is populated for 4 countries, and it's great that 2 of the Align project countries are part of the 4 countries, India and Nepal. So we would really request the Align project team to help to promote the use of this tool in Nepal and India, and we would actually really like to engage also with Mongolia to help build the database for this tool. And there is a flyer on this tool. We've kept it there, so please feel free to grab a couple of the flyers. So there was the upstream planning and the avoidance. So once we reach the project level, we would really like to tap on USA, WWF, and CLLC's technical expertise and knowledge in bringing best practices to projects. And as some of you may know, ADB is currently in the process of updating our safeguard policy. As part of the new safeguard policy, we will be preparing a lot of good practice notes to guide, very specific sectors of projects. So it would be great if you could either, support us in preparing some of these good practice guides, or, helping as a peer reviewer of the guides, which we will need to prepare anyway. And the science and database. So with WWF's network, I actually have already enjoyed the benefit of getting some good data from WWF, particularly in Nepal and Bhutan, when ADB was implementing our transport projects there. So we would like to continue this kind of collaboration where we work together and we seek your technical advice in terms of better designing our projects. And finally, training programs. And Bob had mentioned that the training activities have actually already started under the Align project, which is great. And you cannot do enough of training. So we would really like to partner with you and maybe join forces and have some joint trainings to, train our government officials, from senior policy decision-making level all the way down to the engineer that is working on site. And we really need to promote the use of this online screening tools for the upstream planning. The good practice guides, what I had mentioned earlier, really for rolling them out and making sure that they get translated from the document into action in projects. And one of the things which, in my personal experience, I felt was really useful for, raising the awareness of our government counterparts is study tours, to go and see with their own eyes the best practices that are out there. Because a lot of the solutions is not really rocket science. Some of it is pretty, simple, straightforward, easy solutions. It's just that they need to see it and see it being successful and working well. So I will stop here. Of course, there are lots of opportunities for us to work together, but since I have only 5 minutes to speak today, so I just prioritized these 3 priority areas for us to work together. Thank you.
Hello. We'll change the format up a little bit if you can join us back on stage, and we'll have a little discussion here with our country partners. I'm going to pass the mic. You provide, because I left your name and title and everything up there, so to save time, introduce yourself, please. Also, some of the names have changed from up here. And then tell us a bit about what you think about working with us on Align. What are the challenges you see in your own country on this issue of linear infrastructure that goes through critical habitat, maybe a solution or two, or maybe what you would like to see us work on together. A few minutes like this, we can even talk to each other a bit, and we'll close this at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Should I stand? Thank you, Kate. Kate has given a direction that I should complete within 1 minute. So I'm coming from India. I'm representing India here. I'm very happy that this project is being implemented in India. India, as you know, we are a huge country in terms of population. About 1.4 billion. We have a population of cruising towards 1.4 billion. This year we are celebrating our 75th year of independence. So government has a lot of priorities to take care of the infrastructure requirement of the people, because as you know, infrastructure is indispensable for development. So government's priority is always for infrastructure. At the same time, government has also enacted a lot of legislations post the Stockholm Conference. We have our own laws to take care of our forests in terms of, there is a law called Forest Conservation Act, which was enacted in 1980, where any diversion of forest land for any non-forest produce requires concurrence of the union government. It's a very lengthy procedure. So the file has to move to 10 different levels. So if there is any violation of this law, the concerned officer, or even if it is a minister, will have to be imprisoned. Similarly, there is an Environment Protection Act that was enacted in 1986. Any development project that has a negative impact on environment has to be cleared under the Environment Protection Act. So a detailed environment impact assessment is being done to assess how environment would be affected when a development project is implemented in a particular area. Similarly, after India became party to the CBD, we have enacted the Biological Diversity Act, where clearance from the National Biodiversity Authority and the Ministry of Environment is also required wherever a development project is to be implemented in an area which is rich in biodiversity. So we have a legal framework in place to take care of our forest, wildlife and environment. On the other side, we are a huge democracy where the people's requirements are also a priority for the government. So the government will have to handle this delicate balance between taking care of the requirement of the people in terms of infrastructure, whether it is power infrastructure or road connectivity, rail connectivity on the one hand. On the other hand, taking care of our environmental resources, our biodiversity resources. So though we have our own guidelines and policies, I am sure that this project, Align project, Asia's linear infrastructure for safeguarding nature. Am I correct? So this project, I think, is going to be implemented jointly with the WWF and the ADB. So I am sure that the outcome of this project in terms of guidelines, alternate solutions, and policy perspectives on how to balance between development on one side and taking care of the environment on the other side. I am sure that this would go a long way for conserving our biodiversity and environment in our country. I am thankful to USAID and ADB and WWF for picking India as one of the implementing countries for this program. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm a Mongolian government delegate, but I also wear different hat, Wildlife Conservation Society, Mongolia Program Director. So today at the CBD, we have a big delegation from the Rail Infrastructure Department. So Ulaanbaatar Rail, which is the Trans-Mongolian Railroad, Deputy Director of Safety and Security. And we have Mr. Nyamirden, who's the Division 4, the section where we removed wildlife-friendly corridor-created areas in Section 4. And then we have the representative of Ministry of Road, Transportation and Development, Mr. Batsahan. And so the rest of the Mongolia delegation are unfortunately busy with the high-level segment. But on behalf of Mongolian government, I'm thankful for USAID for choosing Mongolia for LISA as the first phase of this project, as Rob mentioned. Mongolia was part of the assessment. WCS has been part of this assessment. And continuously, a line being implemented in Mongolia is a very great opportunity. And as Mongolia has a large, vast land, vast migratory species of Central Asia, and plus 90+ million half nomadic livestock, there is a huge challenge in Mongolia to address the linear infrastructure that is permeable for wildlife migration, because there are lots of disease control fences, corridors, the human safety control corridors and fences, and together with our partners in the infrastructure sector, we are working to find solution that is beneficial both for the biodiversity, people, and the transportation development. So thank you for inviting Mongolia for the project implementation, and I'll give Mike for the next.
Thank you, colleagues from Mongolia. First of all, I would like to say sorry that I became a little bit late here. This is a great opportunity for us to share about Nepal's experience on this LISA activities. Respected delegates, participants, and all the ladies and gentlemen present here. You may know that Nepal is a mountainous country. We identified Nepal as a mountainous country, and most of its parts lies on the high hill areas. In hills, the linear projects, any of the linear projects, either maybe the power line projects or road projects, they are more destructive in hilly areas compared to the lowland areas, and they have direct impact on water resources and other ecosystem services that are being harnessed for the local communities and for the benefits of the society. But that is far behind to address right now, because we cannot focus on such very specific issues. Right now, what we are focusing more, it is on the lowland areas. In lowland areas, we know that there is a very good habitat of rhinoceros, elephant, and tigers. These are the 3 mega species we identified. And within these landscapes, these species that survive in that area do not remain within a certain space. That's why we have implemented landscape level approach, the ecosystem approach based on landscapes that we are practicing in Nepal since last 20 years. We had so many experience based on this 20 years experience that the hotspots, some of the most fragile areas, and some of the sensitive areas we have identified based on our last 20 years efforts. And what is going on that in lowland areas, these mega species, we are calculating, we have some sorts of mechanism in our country we have established for monitoring such wildlife species as well. Based on our experience, based on our database, that we can say that right now we are observing about 20% of mega species loss is due to collision in the road. That is very severe one. That is very severe one. And from one side, the wildlife species are damaging by these infrastructures, and from other sides, in a country where there is high speeds of rainfall, where there is the water flows very speedily, and the hazardous situation in the road infrastructures is also very high. That's why we have to be very judicious while designing our things, that how to maintain, how to sustain the road infrastructure from one side, using some sorts of biological measures as well to maintain those infrastructures, and side by side for give adequate space for wildlife to move across the area that we have planning. So based on our experience, recently, I just want to share you that recently we have adopted a national guideline that is regulatory provisions in our case, because we have make it gradually, we are trying to incorporate those things in our planning process. We start it with the feasibility study where there is the biodiversity hotspots are there. So in biodiversity hotspots, for providing these permissions to do the feasibility study, the process should follow this, should go with this process. And in EIA process, we also bring those things. And in EIA, we have make it mandatory to include such kind of provisions. Very certainly, I want to share with you that right now in our country, we have started to discuss the engineers and biodiversity or conservationists started to sit side by side, so that I think gradually we'll have better negotiations to bring such kind of things in real practice. That's why saying that and welcoming these initiatives that is being carried out in our country with the supports of WWF, USAID, and other organizations. I appreciate the way that we are getting supports from those institutions, and hopefully we will give certain positive impacts regarding these cases. I welcome you all for these partnerships, and even ADB, I welcome you for your selections for us as a piloting country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're looking at some of the most advanced thinking countries when it comes to linear infrastructure in all of Asia. The innovations they've accomplished, the guidelines you've mentioned, the guidelines about how to deal with the ephemeral migration patterns across the plains, the long-standing mitigation measures, advances of India. These are the places we're going to learn a lot from, and we're honored to help you continue with that work. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you, my esteemed technical colleagues. Thank you very much for joining. We are now going to launch. You all may go. And we have some gifts for you, so don't go too far. Now we're going to launch the now 4-hour marathon of infrastructure discussions with our keynote speakers, if they would please come to the stage. So for the rest of the afternoon, we're going to talk about 4 topics. We'll have a broad discussion with our keynote speakers. The next session after that will look at a species. How does infrastructure affect the iconic cat species of the world? To give you a sense of the biodiversity impacts, we'll move into a forest zone, the Amazon and indigenous people, talk about how it's being dealt with by local folks in that part of the world. Then we'll scale back up to a connection to climate change and talk about how to design the renewable transition we need without harming biodiversity. And we'll close with a reflection from the finance sector at the end of the day. So I would like to welcome to the podium our first speaker, Dr. Yes, we need to get it done. Yes, so they can
I think maybe I think so, right? I'm the last one, so but yeah. And Madhu can sit over there. Yes. Okay, in case. I mean, this is just for backup. Yes, perfect. So he'll start. He or she will start after.
let me just put the flag. Okay, everybody ready? We're going to start with our keynote opening session for the day. Ready for the presentation? Dr. Madhu Rao, the head of the World Commission on Protected Areas at IUCN.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm very pleased to be giving the keynote address at this event convened by the Infrastructure and Nature Coalition. As Kate has introduced, I'm Madhu Rao and I'm the chair of the World Commission on Protected Areas. So the Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, issued by the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services in 2019, the Global Biodiversity Outlook, and many other scientific documents have provided ample evidence that despite ongoing efforts, biodiversity is deteriorating worldwide at rates unprecedented in human history. So the loss of biodiversity is widely acknowledged as having serious implications for human well-being. But the GBO5 report specifically recognized that humanity stands at a crossroads with regard to the legacy it leaves for future generations, and that we need to adopt pathways to a sustainable future. These pathways rely on bold, interdependent actions across a number of fronts. We are faced with a massive increase in infrastructure development and expansion that is considered vital for improving the standard of living for people around the world. Yet, as well understood by the SDGs, infrastructure needs to support and not undermine the natural systems which we rely on. So how do we address this critical challenge? The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework represents a unique opportunity to drive a global shift toward inclusive nature and climate-positive infrastructure. And as many events in this COP has shown us, it's an issue that we must get right, or we risk undermining biodiversity and sustainable development goals for generations to come. The challenge is, of course, a daunting one, and the statistics are quite sobering. And we heard a number of these statistics earlier in the earlier session. So a vast proportion of the Earth's surface has already been transformed by human activity, resulting in extensive habitat and species loss. By 2050, we are expecting over 25 million square kilometers of new road lanes. We're also expecting a significant increase in the length of railroads by the mid-century. And we are seeing an increase in the number of dams. There were 5,000 dams overall in 1950, and this is expected to be almost close to 60,000 dams. And then we are expecting more and more construction of hydroelectric dams as we move forward. So clearly we are facing a huge challenge from an infrastructure perspective, but also from a perspective of the impacts of infrastructure on biodiversity. And as we've seen this expansion in infrastructure, there has been mounting scientific evidence on the impacts of infrastructure on biodiversity. As we see on this slide, more than 95% of all deforestation occurring within 5.5 kilometers of a legal or illegal road is caused by infrastructure in the Brazilian Amazon. And there is also increasing evidence of mortality. More than 12 million birds and 5 million mammals are expected to have been killed on roads each year in Latin America alone. And this is expected to be an underestimate. And then we have the transition to renewable energy, which is going to be a significant challenge to us. As we've heard this morning, onshore and offshore wind energy is expected to generate more than 1/3 of total electricity needs by 2050. And with this, we can expect huge impacts in terms of electricity lines, etc., impacts on ecological connectivity. So there is clear evidence that there are risks to healthy ecosystems which are mounting, especially with habitat loss and degradation affecting area-based conservation measures such as protected areas and conserved areas. But there is a fair bit of policy emphasis that is gaining traction, especially in relation to infrastructure impacts on biodiversity. So if we start with the IUCN World Conservation Congress back in 2021, we have a clear resolution number 86 in Marseille, which calls upon calls for global action on wildlife-friendly linear infrastructure, calling for global action for rigorous science-based avoidance and mitigation of linear transport infrastructure. Then there has been the third meeting of the Asian Elephant Rain States back in April 2022, which released the Kathmandu Declaration for Asian Elephant Conservation. And this recognizes the need to promote connectivity and wildlife-friendly infrastructure within and among the 13 countries that are where approximately 50,000 wild elephants still range in Asia. And then in May 2022, we had the Asia Parks Congress and the Kinabalu Declaration, which calls for restoration of ecological connectivity through networks of protected and conserved areas, and the need to avoid and mitigate impacts of new and existing infrastructure. And most recently, in July 2022, the first IUCN Africa Protected Area Congress, the Kigali Action, also acknowledge the impacts of infrastructure on biodiversity. And if we look into the CMS, reinstate parties of Appendix 1 listed species under CMS Article 3 are under an obligation to restore habitats, remove and address infrastructure impacts. And there is a CMS review mechanism that addresses, that has the ability to address compliance of this obligation. Yet an analysis by the CMS Secretariat has found that 70% of reporting parties identified renewable energy technologies and or associated infrastructure as a threat to migratory species. The impacts of infrastructure on migratory species are not sufficiently taken into consideration by investors, project developers, governments, and other key actors. So what's the current status of initiatives and ongoing actions that we can look at? The Secretariat of the CMS convened a multi-stakeholder working group on linear infrastructure consisting of 20 experts from different fields, from infrastructure-related institutions, CMS parties, finance institutions, scientists, etc. And they generated recommendations on linear infrastructure and migratory species and their habitats, which will be formally released at the COP15 next year in Uzbekistan. But some of the key recommendations from this group is the need to raise awareness, address capacity gaps within the planning and finance sectors to better integrate the requirements of migratory species in planning processes, but also to enhance data availability on species distribution and mitigating measures for the finance and planning sectors. And most obviously to include scientists and migratory species specialists in development planning. The IUCN World Commission of Protected Areas, which I lead, we have a very, very active transport working group within the specialist group on connectivity. And they are working on guidance to a diverse audience of protected area managers, government ministries and agencies, investors in infrastructure, etc. And this guidance will come out in the form of a technical report in 2023. And this will be titled Addressing Ecological Connectivity in the Development of Roads, Railways, etc. Yeah. So the opportunities for action are plenty, and we need to grab these opportunities. So first of all, within the context of the Global Biodiversity Framework, we have to ensure that infrastructure remains in Target 14. That's a clear opportunity. Spatial planning. Spatial planning, we have spatial planning in Target 1, but territory-wide assessments of upcoming development, etc., would be essential for us to be able to do a better job of addressing the impacts. And national biodiversity strategy action plans are also important opportunities to include connectivity and address future infrastructure planning for each country. And of course, the GEF 8 strategic priority on infrastructure really will help to build well-coordinated projects across sectors to address the negative effects of infrastructure. Finally, I think we have an opportunity to inspire a future where biodiversity conservation and the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities are at the forefront of infrastructure development, that we plan and build today for the function of healthy ecosystems for the future. Thank you.
Eye-opening statistics helps us understand why this is so important. Let me introduce our second speaker, Eva Kracht. Please, oh, you don't need that. From the German government, the Environmental Ministry of the German government, as you know, a government that's always been very supportive of biodiversity conservation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kate. Hello to Madhu and Annemarie. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here and to give us a little introduction to this very important issue. Infrastructure really is at the heart of meeting human needs. And we currently experience that on a daily basis, and in many places of the world even more so than normally. In Germany, to start with our very own experience, we're quite hit by the current energy crisis. There is a lack of gas and electricity needed to heat our homes, for light in the dark winter, for our industry. So we're actually struggling. There are no shortages now, but it's not easy. All the more, of course, the people in Ukraine experience what it means if infrastructure is not in place. There is a lack of access to water, to electricity, to heat. And just last week, the German government started a new fund to address these very immediate needs of the people. And of course, many countries have never enjoyed to date reliable access to electricity, heat, transport, water, sanitation for all. So infrastructure development is at the heart of human well-being and needs to be developed. At the same time, infrastructure, as has already been explained in detail, comes with serious risks for nature, for the environment, and also for human beings. And infrastructure is long-lived. So if we don't get it right from the outset, we can easily lock in unsustainable development for a very long time. In Germany, we are right now having very lively debates to find the right balance between the immediate energy needs with a firm track towards 1.5 degrees and with resilient nature systems. So we're really discussing every day within the government on how to speed up, for example, electricity grids or LNG terminal development, and at the same time safeguarding nature. And right now we're having the same discussion on road transport, and we do think it makes a difference whether you're talking about a windmill, which has a value for nature as well because it avoids climate change, and roads. Let me give you also an international example. Germany's International Climate Initiative is currently funding a project called Orientation of Infrastructure Investments on the Goals of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda in Central and Southeast Asia. Both regions face a similar infrastructure investment gap. Plans to attract infrastructure investment to both regions offer a unique opportunity to economic development and regional connectivity. Together with OECD, UNDP, WWF and other partners, we support the participating countries in their transition towards cleaner energy, transport and industrial systems through better alignment of infrastructure investments with the Paris Agreement and the SDGs. In an ever more connected world, we have to work together. Therefore, we hope that such a project can have a multiplier effect and be one step towards mainstreaming biodiversity to safeguard people and the planet. Let me finish with one other very recent example from Germany. In the summer, we had a mass die-off of fish in the Oder River, which was caused by a combination of a river already stressed, salt releases into the water, and climate change-induced low levels of water in the river. And this really made us think about how we design our watercourses for a resilient future. Nature itself can be a most valuable part of our infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Very practical examples and very hopeful examples. May I welcome Anna Maria Strathoff from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to the Infrastructure and Nature Coalition for inviting me to deliver a keynote address to this event today. It was 30 years ago, in 1992, that the Rio Earth Summit was the inflection point in the relationship between humans and nature. And that summit achieved two main agreements. The Convention on Biological Diversity, the CBD, which led to the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, and the Nagoya Protocol on Fair Access to Genetic Resources. For climate change, and the other one was the Climate Change Convention, which led to the Kyoto Protocol. For climate change, it was the COP21 that took place in Paris in 2015 that was the milestone required to set the objectives to avoid a climate catastrophe, the Paris Agreement that we all know so well by now. The climate crisis has not yet been averted, but we are now all working collectively towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050 and trying to limit the damage. For biodiversity, it is this COP15 that must play a similar role for biodiversity protection and recovery. So ahead of this CBD COP15, we find the planet's biodiversity in desperate peril. Overall, wildlife populations have dropped by about 70% since 1970. COP15 is of particular importance as it aims to adopt the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which outlines what countries need to do to set humanity on course for living in harmony with nature by 2050. And to achieve this, the global international community needs to develop the equivalent of the Paris alignment, but then for biodiversity and finding CBD's net zero. Indeed, climate change and biodiversity loss are two sides of the same coin, with the currency being our reliance on linear economies and unsustainable means of production and consumption. But even if we were to tackle and resolve the climate crisis, we would still need to also tackle the accelerating crisis of biodiversity loss. Nature is more complex than climate change. It's more difficult to quantify, it differs across locations, and data access is a challenge. Bending the investment curve towards nature-positive pathway. For this, green financing transition through the integration of nature into investment decisions is of key importance across sectors. But moving then on the topic of infrastructure, that is a critical sector, and we've heard that in the two earlier interventions as well. And we need to address this as part of the nature-positive transition. Infrastructure development is essential to meet humanity's social and economic needs, including ramping up a global energy transition to meet net zero targets. This is especially true in developing economies where millions of people continue to lack access to basic services like water, energy, transportation, and telecommunications. It has been estimated that $95 trillion in new infrastructure is needed by 2040 alone to meet demand. That's twice the infrastructure that existed in 2012. This level of investment will have profound social and environmental consequences, including biodiversity loss, deforestation, and greenhouse gas emissions. So without significant change in the status quo, additional infrastructure development investment in the coming decades will make it impossible to meet the goals of the UNFCCC and the CBD. For decades now, multilateral development banks have put forward rigorous risk management standards for the financing of their projects based on a do no harm principle. In the case of the EBRD and our environmental and social policy, this is reflected in the Performance Standard 6 on biodiversity conservation and sustainable management of living natural resources, and the associated biodiversity risk mitigation hierarchy. This aims to ensure that MDB projects are nature neutral. But now this is clearly insufficient to stop the biodiversity crisis. So similarly to the example of climate change, financial flows need to steer away from nature negative into nature positive. And this is why MDBs, including the EBRD, as part of the COP26 joint MDB statement, are looking to improve the current process to fulfill the nature positive ambition intrinsic to that COP26 joint MDB statement. And so since the publication in November last year, and in close cooperation with our colleagues across MDBs, we have initiated actions across 5 pillars. Safeguards, in which we are exploring the development of net biodiversity gains. Finance, what are the definitions of nature positive programs, so that we can unlock support for financing that is required. We also work together on regional synergies, together with the EIB, the Union for the Mediterranean, and several other bilateral development agencies. We have created the Blue Mediterranean Partnership in order to reverse the marine environmental degradation in the southern and eastern Mediterranean. Then we also work together to value nature and develop methodologies so that we can start to also define what the risks are, and we can think about how best to disclose. And so we are working towards TNFD in that respect. And then finally, we are working to get better data, better reporting, and try to establish common metrics and standards. So what do we do in EBRD with regards to infrastructure? Our work takes place in the fields, particularly of municipality, infrastructure, and in transport. We will continue to support infrastructure investment, and we will put new effort into identifying opportunities that will also enhance nature through these projects, whether directly or associated through targets for concessional finance. So our work to date has demonstrated that we can successfully secure better outcomes for climate and equitable economic developments by supporting integrated, large-scale spatial plans. We anticipate similar nature and biodiversity benefits from this systemic approach to planning. We in EBRD have currently one specific engagement ongoing with the WWF in the context of the Global Environmental Facility for a program on greening transportation infrastructure development in partnership with regional development banks. The program seeks to ensure that transportation infrastructure projects will emphasize and produce biodiversity, avoid land degradation, and create climate change mitigation benefits. It will do this by avoiding placing infrastructure in critical ecosystems, restoring biodiversity around the right of way of a road, maintaining flows, connectivity for fluvial transport, and maintaining or enhancing wildlife crossings or other natural infrastructure to increase ecosystem connectivity and facilitate the movement of animals in a safe way. So as a conclusion, our finding in general is that improving planning, regulatory, financial, and institutional and management frameworks geared to the different needs of countries and landscapes is pivotal to make sure that we can drive the nature-positive infrastructure forward. The EBRD is looking forward to work together with the WWF in the context of the Global Environment Facility for the program on greening transportation infrastructure development, and with other actors to drive forward our nature-positive agenda. Thank you for this panel, and it's great to be learning more about how to rethink infrastructure for the future to restore biodiversity and a healthy climate. We need to take full advantage of what is this Montreal momentum. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. That was extraordinary. We learned the critical problems we face, that it's not just outside in that 70%, but actually infrastructure affects protected areas in that 30 by 30 we're discussing. We have great examples of how we are able to rethink infrastructure, and we understand the urgency of getting beyond do no harm. We now have to invest always in enhancing, or we won't get anywhere. Next week, bring this all around to help visualize the challenge of infrastructure by thinking of it through the eyes of the large cats. Some of our most favorite iconic species, wide-ranging species that affect very large landscapes, so they're excellent for thinking through the spatial planning we need to understand for infrastructure development. And I would like to welcome our moderator and all the speakers. You want them to come up?
I do.
Please join the stage. And if you haven't had lunch, there's still lunch over there. Don't let them take it away and give it to somebody else. Lunch is over there to the right of the stage. After the next presentation, we'll have a break and we'll be able to have another snack. So if you're not hungry right now, more food is coming at 3 o'clock. Ready? I would like to introduce now Deb Davidson, our new moderator, who is a VP at the Center for Large Landscape Conservation, our partner under the Align project. Everybody ready?
Yes, I think we're ready. Okay, we're going to have another person who's going to be joining us both virtually and then someone else on the screen. But good afternoon, my name is Deb Davidson. I work for that name that nobody can remember, CLLC, or the Center for Large Landscape Conservation. We're actually based in Bozeman, Montana, but we work globally on trying to reverse the fragmentation of the Earth's landscapes. And I'm thrilled to be moderating this panel today with this amazing group of people. So this session will examine how to achieve a world where jaguars, snow leopards, tigers thrive, and at the same time ensuring we have the infrastructure that communities and countries need. As you've heard for the past hour and a half, this is not an easy task, and I want to emphasize that there's a significant linear infrastructure expansion, and some people call it a linear infrastructure tsunami that is coming across the globe, that is required to meet the world's sustainable development goals and also these aspirations that we've talked about during the Global Biodiversity Framework conversation. The impacts of this rapidly growing global infrastructure system on keynote species such as cats can be extensive, and they include everything from direct mortality, habitat fragmentation, reduced habitat connectivity, human-wildlife conflict, illegal wildlife trade, and disease transmission. The people you'll hear from today will cover a number of those direct impacts and how they're addressing that. So we'll explore how we can and must change these significant impacts and achieve a well-planned and designed infrastructure system that enhances connectivity for both the people and nature around the globe. So let's move to the leaders in this field who are on stage, and they'll discuss solutions. And my first speaker is the Honorable Ilia Shalbakova, who is the Vice President of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources for the Republic of Kazakhstan. So please welcome her. So, Ilia, right over here.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity to open this session. I'm Ilia Shalbakova, but I'm not Vice President. I'm Vice Minister at the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources at the Government of Kazakhstan. Naturally, we all know that connections matter. Within our families and communities, or within or between organizations we work for. Connections are equally important when we look across landscapes and natural world. Connectivity across landscapes is vital for two groups of species: migratory species on land across flyways and along swimways, including across international boundaries. Connectivity is also essential for the most wide-ranging species that hold large territories, including all big cats. In my region of Central Asia, the iconic Silk Road was the linear infrastructure of the past. We often hear that the expansion of linear infrastructure, roads, railways, and fences must now form essential components of sustainable development goals in a low-carbon future economy. We understand this type of infrastructure can have terrible impacts on keystone species, including big cats, causing direct mortality from roadkill and habitat fragmentation, and often accidentally leading to human-wildlife conflict and disease transmission. Therefore, I am delighted to open the session to learn from global experts who will describe how we can resolve or remove this significant issue. We have existing solutions that are effectively migration measures. These solutions are based on ecology, behavioral science, and infrastructure engineering. For me personally, I am excited to hear from experts on both snow leopards and tigers, both high priority species for Kazakhstan. You know, you may not be aware that we are the only country working to reintroduce tigers lost in 1950s, beginning by establishing major protected areas and now re-establishing tigers' prey base. Given the ecological needs of big cats, including their prey, working collaboratively at transboundary levels is also vital for connectivity. In our case, since 2014, efforts under the Convention on Migratory Species through its Central Asian Mammals Initiative, or CAMI, catalyzed across actions across our region to protect migratory wildlife, including cats such as the Asiatic cheetah and snow leopard, as well as antelopes, deer, gazelles, and yaks. The CAMI Atlas is a major contribution towards achieving this goal. Information on the distribution and movements of migratory species and big cats provides evidence to inform effectively planning of linear infrastructure, giving a new resource to decision makers in agencies who plan and implement major infrastructure projects. Wherever big cats exist, this enables governments and investors to avoid serious impacts from linear infrastructure by avoiding areas of big biodiversity. If impacts are unavoidable, practical mitigating measures must be budgeted into investments. We must also look back while looking ahead. There is growing evidence of the value of wildlife bridges in reconnecting areas divided in the past, so that we can also restore connectivity. I will listen with a great interest to the wonderful assembly of experts sharing their knowledge from around the world, and I look forward to a better future for big cats. Thank you.
So I'll just give you a little bit of logistics and what we're going to do. We have 4 presenters. One of them is not here physically. He'll be on a film. And then we'll have very short session on questions, a question and answer, and then actually one more speaker who will be coming. So I want to introduce Dr. Maria Jose Villanueva, who is the Conservation Director for World Wildlife Fund Mexico. She's going to speak on jaguars, amazing species, and efforts to achieve a continental jaguar corridor and how to address the impacts from linear infrastructure to this species. So, thank you, MJ.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah. It's falling off. Well, my computer is falling off, so I won't use it. Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you so much. I know that I am in between you and your meal,
So if I were a jaguar, I wouldn't be very happy about that. So I'll try to be brief. I come as a representative for Latin America and Mexico to talk to you about all those challenges that we've been hearing from Madhu, from the different development banks. So a storm is coming, like we've been hearing. And I want to talk to you about some of the challenges of what we're trying to do, that is achieve a continental view on jaguar recovery. So first of all, I want to share with you that there is, since 2018, and of course before, there is a growing momentum on jaguar conservation all across the region. And we were very fortunate on 2018 for organizations to be able to facilitate the dialogue upon what was at beginning 15 countries out of the 18 range countries where jaguars live across Latin America. And we came about the vision of protecting these feline for 2030. And on the last COP, when we met 4 years ago in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, we launched what we call the Jaguar Conservation Roadmap. This conservation roadmap has several lines of work, but I want to push the one that it's around advocacy and, of course, the work that we do on the ground. We are expecting to have a continental network of different jaguar conservation units that depend heavily on connectivity. So if we don't address infrastructure development and start to integrate biodiversity into the design, we are not going to follow our goals. So we are trying to push, and it's a challenge since the time I've been leading on the jaguar strategy for WWF. I've come around so many challenges to trying to convey and communicate the voice of the ones who don't have. And here I have colleagues that have orangutans in events all the time, and I am trying, I don't have my plush of the jaguar, but I really try to see how we can convey to decision makers that this matters and that these are emblems that are showing to us that we're doing things right. So we're trying to use them as indicators, but also as emblems to try to provide, promote an inclusive and green development for Latin America. So we and WWF produce a report every 2 years called the Living Planet Report, and we've been seeing a dramatically drop of the populations of vertebrate species all across the world. And in Latin America, we're seeing 94% of these decline. 70% of those is because of deforestation, but it's all go hand in hand. The development and all the production of food that is happening in Latin America needs infrastructure. So what we want to do is bend the curve, and this is why we're on the Nature Positive Pavilion. So some of this data has already been shown. The last number I had was 80 trillion, but the Development Bank of EU shared with us that it's 95 billion, actually, the expected gap that we will see of expenditure towards 2040 in terms of infrastructure to meet the SDG 19. There is opportunities to develop accordingly. What I read or what I'm seeing is that we are looking into circular economy, reducing carbon emissions, but what it's still missing is the part of biodiversity. And I heard some of the main aspects right now, but I think that it really needs to go to decision makers and the people who are actually moving the money forward. And so if you see the map, their expansion and the different plans around this is great. So if we want to achieve this continental view, we need to tackle that. This is happening every day on roads and railways all across the world, and in Latin America. It's not just about the wildcats, but it's also about the prey, and it's also about the whole balance in the ecosystem. We are seeing constant conflicts, and we're very happy to make alliances with colleagues that are actually experts on that in road ecology, like Rob that I'm seeing right here, and trying to come up with solutions. Because that guy who is driving the trailer is part of this meeting, and we need to translate these very complex things we're discussing here to these who are actually the ones who are driving change and can drive it positively or negatively. So jaguars have a big challenge. We have already lost 50% of their original land, and we are expecting we are already experiencing 56% of interaction between wildlife and people, and some of that is through infrastructure. So just very quickly, I want to share, we are working in a case study in the Maya forest. We are expecting a lot of different projects of infrastructure there. This is one of the second largest mass of forest after the Amazon in Latin America, and we're seeing a constant effect of infrastructure there. So we're trying to identify key landscape and corridors to increase permeability and improve conditions for movement. And just to give you an example of the things that we're working through circuit theory, we're trying to see what are the places where we need to put that 30 by 30 in place, in the right places, connecting, and of course, doing all planning and mainstreaming into the infrastructure plans for the future. My colleagues here in Mexico will not let me lie when we say, and I'm not putting this on a slide, but we're having a very strong project coming to this region that will cross all across the peninsula of Yucatan that will really affect connectivity if we don't take it matters into design quickly. There are opportunities. This is a bridge, a wildlife crossing that is already happening in the Atlantic forest in Argentina. I wish that I would see much more of these. The solutions are there, and in the framework of the GBF, there are lots of opportunities to do this. Spatial planning, on Target 3, on restoration that I didn't put, all what we did to do to recover species, to minimize also and build resilient and climate change effective infrastructure is also important, and that benefits our nature. And of course, be very strong, and hopefully that after this week, we can finish with strong and ambitious framework to actually eliminate harmful incentives in the future. So thank you so much, and go Team Jaguars.
Okay, so planning, data, we're going to hear a lot about that. Our next speaker is actually Dr. Tobias Nyombo. I'm going to say that wrong, sorry. He is from, he's a Marie Curie Research Fellow at the Department of Environment and Geography at the University of York, and is also affiliated with the African Conservation Center. So these guys are going to queue up the video. Now he's going to speak on the intersection of African lions and linear infrastructure. So thank you. Let's start that.
My name is Dr. Tobias Nyumba. I work for the African Conservation Center and the University of Nairobi, as well as the Department of Environment and Geography at the University of York in the UK. My work has revolved around the assessment of the impacts of transportation infrastructure development on biodiversity. Today, I'm going to be talking briefly about the impacts of transportation infrastructure on the big cats with reference to the African continent. Now, at a global level, it's estimated that human population will increase up to around 9 billion people with a fourfold GDP, but also with high levels of infrastructure development, with an attendant loss of biodiversity estimated at $150 trillion US. Now, this is happening at a time that within the African continent, road infrastructure is very important as it enhances movement of goods and services within and between countries, economic growth and integration, social and cultural growth and integration. But above all, it spreads development opportunities to remote, poor and marginalized communities and regions, thereby enhancing the country's ability to meet their priority sustainable development goals by 2030. However, this development is happening at a time when biodiversity decline has been estimated by the Global Living Planet Index to be around 68% within the continent, notwithstanding the fact that the same continent is facing high levels of infrastructure development that often penetrate some of the remote areas with high biodiversity hotspots. Within the continent, for example, in Kenya, there has been high levels investment in infrastructure, with the latest example being the Standard Gauge Railway and the LAPSET projects. Now, these two projects are quite important in the country's development agenda, particularly the Vision 2030 development agenda, but also fits within the Continental Agenda 2063 for the African continent. And the most important reason why these projects are critical for us is because they traverse some of the key biodiversity areas across the country, community and private conservancies and water resources, but also remote and fragile ecosystems that support key biodiversity within the country, including the big cats. That is an example. That's where it crosses through the Nairobi National Park. Now, these developments have got the construction of this infrastructure needs land, and the use of that land can have direct impacts in terms of the destruction of habitats and more subtle effects such as disturbance and fragmentation. Now, this can influence population dynamics, especially for mobile wildlife species which rely on large habitats such as the African big cats, including the cheetah, the lions, and the leopards. Now, these are incredible predators with unique characteristics, behavior, and ecological needs that are susceptible to the impacts of infrastructure development and use. Now, some of the impacts on this biodiversity or on these incredible big cats include this transportation infrastructure can cause not only the loss and isolation of wildlife habitat, but leads to a fragmentation of the landscape in a literal sense. Now, this loss often results in habitat fragmentation, in which animals are forced to live in smaller areas isolated from other members of their own species and sometimes unable to forage or migrate effectively. Things like physical disturbance and disruption of the continuous vegetative community, structure and functioning of the ecosystems might result in the loss of critical prey that then moves away to find better forage, and that means the big cats then population get impacted upon either as they follow the prey, or they might as well get extinct because they are not able to move around as a result of the barrier effect. Now, that physical disturbance can also, and the disruption can also affect the movement, as well as migration and survival of these resident species, and this might result in isolation of the populations and hence gene flow restriction. In addition, infrastructure and traffic imposes movement barriers to most terrestrial animals and cause the death of millions of individuals per year, and this includes the African lions. In cases where we've seen direct mortality of wildlife while they are attempting to cross the roads or the railway lines, we've seen incidences of human, or rather of a wildlife and vehicle collisions, and this results in major losses to the wildlife populations and threatens their survival. In response, they then modify their behaviors, and therefore in a way that they are able to avoid coming closer to some of the infrastructure or staying away from the infrastructure in response. Now, this reduction in the health and ecological integrity of intact ecosystems, mainly through pollution and contamination of soil, water, and air, as well as the disruption of natural processes, might also occur. And when this happens, it alters or creates barriers to natural processes, including the prey-predator relationships. As mentioned earlier, once the prey is lost, as they move away and look for fresher or better forage, then the prey themselves, particularly the lions, might then become victims of such circumstances. Now, roads and railways can also facilitate illegal logging and hunting by opening up regions that have long been kept pristine by their inaccessibility, and this is a common scenario we are seeing in the Congo Forest, DRC, where roads have been made to access timber or to facilitate logging, and the wildlife have been able to be affected through poaching and other instances. It can also reduce the ability of the natural environment, its habitats, and the species to adapt to climate change. Above all, the disposal of that infrastructure can also present opportunities on the site to extend, improve, or create new habitats for existing wildlife species and plants, that then become major attraction to some of the predators, including big cats that can move into these locations. Now, the construction industry has made many changes to move towards has made many changes to move towards sustainability. And therefore, we've seen a case where companies have praised the advantages, while industry leaders have also put in measures, certain standards to mitigate some of the impacts. However, we still acknowledge that these constructions have had undeniable impacts on the big cats. There is need, therefore, to improve or mitigate some of these impacts. And this might be done in two ways, either to mitigate or improve and rehabilitate some of this infrastructure to become more friendlier to the big cats. I would want to propose 4 major action points. Number 1 is avoidance. So we need to plan for routes that avoid or minimize the impacts on wildlife, particularly the big cats and the ecosystems they inhabit. And this can be incorporated during the initial EIA processes or the initial or preliminary designs of this infrastructure. We might also consider mitigation where we can't avoid. Identify and implement a suite of mitigation approaches in the road and railway designs for habitat protection, but also the one that will facilitate the movement of the big cats. Now, these measures should be cost-effective, properly located, and sensitive to anticipated future land use changes bordering some of these roads. We also might think about creation of alternative habitats, but also the management of existing habitats, and these ones will offer more benefits to the wildlife as they soften the habitat impacts when they are able to move away from where some of these impacts are already existing. And above all, we know that infrastructure development is just emerging in the African continent in terms of its impacts, or rather in terms of acknowledgement of its impact. Therefore, there's need to ensure that we put in place measures to monitor, evaluate, and identify measures that are working, to continue with that, but also to develop a database of what is not working, that then we can be able to, use to build knowledge bridge knowledge gaps, and then apply some of those designs in other areas. Now, it will be challenging for any industry to cease environmental harm. Wildlife and construction in particular are a poor match. Therefore, the environmentalists around the world hope that companies will make strides towards a future without animal cruelty and ecosystem destruction. We look forward to addressing some of these impacts, and particularly within the African continent. Thank you for your time.
Well, I wish Dr. Tobias was here, but he did a great job covering particularly the road ecology matrix, or we call it the mitigation hierarchy. Avoid if you can't, plan, and then mitigate. All right, next up, we do have him here, Dr. Kashtumba Sharma, who is the International Coordinator for the Global Snow Leopard and Ecosystem Protection Program. And I think I may have pronounced his name wrong, but he also is the Assistant Director of Conservation Policy in partnership with the Snow Leopard Trust. And he will be speaking on his research and threats from linear infrastructure to snow leopard populations. Thank you. And I'm sorry.
Don't be. I always find it amusing how my name takes different shapes and forms. And please, I mean, that was fine. Don't worry. Can I have a clicker, please?
The clicker's right there.
This guy?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, and an absolute honor to be here today, sharing space with such accomplished speakers, the Honorable Vice Minister of Kazakhstan, and all your distinguished guests. Now, I'm going to talk about snow leopards, and some of you might be wondering, why am I showing the picture of this mountain goat? Yep. Now, the snow leopard enjoys the reputation of being called the ghost of the mountains, and there is a reason for it to be known as a phantom. It is truly invisible. As you can see in this picture, that's where the snow leopard is. You zoom out, and you'll not see it. So it's actually invisible even to the ibex, whose life depends on its ability to spot and evade the snow leopard. For a species that is mostly invisible, such visuals come as a shocker. They are a shocker at multiple levels. Snow leopard walking on the road, walking absolutely, ignoring the presence of humans. For snow leopards, these roads are a strange linear structure that they have no clue about whether they are posing any threat to them or not. Now, oops, yeah. So much so, they are oblivious to the threat that the roads pose to these cats as they have evolved and thrived in areas that may have rarely seen vehicles in the past. Now, kudos to the people here who were very gentle and quiet and respectful to the snow leopard, who quite didn't understand what's going on and eventually just walked away. Well, no wonder they're oblivious to the threats that the roads pose to these cats, and there will be pictures such as this one that will soon come. The moment you see roads widening, lanes multiplying, cars going faster. Oh, sorry, where am I? Yeah, now ranging across 2 million square kilometers, the snow leopards and its mountains provide water and other ecosystem services to billions of people living downstream in what can easily be called as the world's most densely populated continent. Snow leopards represent the health of the mountains of Central and South Asia, also known as the Third Pole. But like any other wildlife, snow leopards and the mountains are threatened. They are threatened by illegal wildlife trade. They are threatened by conflict, which is actually the primary driver for illegal wildlife trade in case of snow leopards, unlike its cousins, the tigers, where illegal wildlife trade is more demand-driven. In case of snow leopards, as of now, it's more supply-driven. And they are threatened by rampant mining in areas that were once too remote to even access. Forget about setting up an open-cast mine like this one. As if the threats to snow leopards were not enough, a recent study points at the greater risk of infectious diseases that snow leopards, its prey, livestock, and even people living in these mountains face, which is much higher than that of people living in other parts of the world. People often ask, where does climate change come into the picture? What kind of a threat is climate change to snow leopards? Well, we can safely say climate change is not a threat to snow leopards. It's the mother of all threats because it interacts with every other threat that snow leopards face today. Now, where does linear infrastructure come into this? Now, once not even remotely considered to be a threat to snow leopards, it is currently posing a massive challenge to this species, which disperses fairly widely. I'll show you some telemetry data from Mongolia. Now, that's a snow leopard. It's a young female named Zara. We followed her for 12 months. We started following her while she was with her mother, as you can see in the picture below. Now, this female, she decided to disperse from her mother at this point, and she tried to move south to China. She could see a mountain range in China. She started moving there and then was obstructed by a very bleak fence. The reason I call it a bleak fence, it was just a trench and a short little barbed wire. That's about it. For anybody who knows snow leopards, you know how high they can jump. So it wouldn't have been a challenge, but this, even a small, an insignificant fence did pose a challenge. So they do pose a challenge to dispersing cats in the form of an obstruction. But apart from fragmenting habitat and creating nuisance to a dispersing snow leopard, what is it that worries us? And that's something we need to talk about. Well, this actually is an image, pretty old image, visual from Pakistan, where a road cuts across this spectacular habitat, and there was one snow leopard who would just bless people with a great visual. Anyway, so linear infrastructure such as roads and railroads don't come alone. They bring human populations from lands that may have little knowledge of local cultures and traditions. They bring diseases to once disconnected areas. They facilitate trade, both legal and illegal. And they encourage people to move closer to once remote areas. What it does is there is a greater probability of disease transmission. There is more human-wildlife conflict. There is lesser tolerance for wildlife and more illegal wildlife trade. Now, that's what we call as a coalition of threats acting against this majestic cat. Linear infrastructure poses a coalition of threats to mountains along with diseases, illegal wildlife trade, and climate change, which can spell disaster to this hugely important region of our planet. And no, it's not just about saving this one beautiful species, the snow leopard, but it is about an entire ecosystem. At the end, I would like to reiterate. This is how people have been traveling in the past. This is how people are traveling in many parts of the range. And no, we cannot deny access to once remote human populations who deserve economic development as much as you and I do. All we need to do is to design these better so that we minimize the direct threats. And, oops, where is the last one? Yep. Right. And apart from designing them well, what is even more important is to invest simultaneously in proactive monitoring of biodiversity, disease transmission, and illegal wildlife trade, and build intervention plans right from the beginning rather than firefighting later when we start seeing poaching and wildlife trade becoming a problem, or when we see other issues becoming a greater challenge. Now, while such multifaceted approach is defined in the Bishkek Declaration for conservation of snow leopards and its prey, it also goes along with the recently issued Kashkasu Statement for Global Biodiversity Conservation, which was brought together by a global alliance of conservationists who are seeking ethical, inclusive, and just conservation efforts involving local and indigenous communities. Thank you once again for your attention. I'll be very happy to address questions, if any, towards the end of the session. Thank you.
That was fabulous and gives us a real picture of what the threats are and the impacts. Our last presenter is Dr. Vinod Mathur. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. He is the former chairperson of the National Biodiversity Authority of India and the former director of the Wildlife Institute of India. And he will speak on how infrastructure development is impacting tiger conservation and how scientists and the government of India are addressing these challenges. So, thank you. Clicker, oh, where did it go? The green button.
Okay.
Yep.
A very good afternoon. We heard the story of the jaguar, and we very recently heard what is happening to snow leopard. Now is the turn for me to tell what's happening to tiger, because several of its subspecies have disappeared. And this species, which is in India, possibly has the only chance of surviving in the wild. But let's see what's happening to its habitat. India is experiencing the most explosive era, if I can say so, in road and rail infrastructure. I don't want to narrate pictures or figures, but huge developments are taking place in road and rail infrastructure, and huge projections are there. So now we have a situation that we need to conserve the species, and we also have the development aspirations for the country. Now, talking to the converts here, linear infrastructure is very, very important source for affecting the forest integrity, the forest connectivity, leading to population declines. And I want to draw the attention to this particular, oops, sorry, do I go back? Oops. The Great Indian Bustard, just 100 of them surviving in the wild, and every year we are losing up to a dozen species because of renewable energy. And one thinks that renewable energy will not have impact, but it does have. My colleague Karma mentioned about a tool which is being developed very recently by BirdLife and ADB. These are the tools which we need to practice and promote if we are going to go ahead with the infrastructure development and with the conservation of the species. So two things become very important: connectivity conservation as a science and nature-sensitive structural solutions. Nobody is saying that you don't or you cannot have structural solutions, but you need to apply nature into it. You need to apply some sense into it, and you need to apply what is coming up as a new discipline, conservation science. If you do that, then you will see what you can achieve. So what is the challenge? How can governments work? How can scientists work? How can citizens work? And I should add one more stakeholder group. How can judiciary work? Believe me when I say that scientists, governments, citizens, they fail, but judiciary steps in. And I have spent more time in arguing cases before judiciary than I have done with my fellow scientists, because it is the judiciary which has taken a very positive stance on that. So what has been the Indian experience? That we have been able to construct the world's largest underpass. My colleague from National Highway Authority is here. They are the people who construct. We are the people who plan and design. This partnership is leading to great results. So undoubtedly, this is the largest, and I'll show you the evidence of what is happening. So seeing is believing. We have put a battery of scientists 24/7 who monitor what is happening, who produce figures over there. And then we put up many more things. See, initially we were interested only in creating a structure. We realized that you need to add aesthetics to it. Then came the role of architecture, landscape artists, and so on and so forth. And we realized that a little improvement can cause wonderful results on that. When traffic moves, a lot of noise is created. So obviously you need to address on the sound barriers, on the noise barriers, and these little interventions are playing very significant results now. And that is what is the learning from India. And these are, as you know, anybody would know, these are camera trap pictures 24/7. These are being monitored because everybody needs evidence. When we started working on it, my first question to me was, Dr. Mathur, will you guarantee that the animal will use it? Obviously, I had no straight answer. I said, let's wait. And now we have these answers from camera trap coming up from all over the country, whether it is elephant or tiger or snow leopard over there. So finally, what works best? What has been the learning so far in the last 10 years or so, if I can say so? Structural mitigation planning has to be driven by conservation science. There is no substitute for that. And therefore, what we see in this aligned project, the linking of WWF team, the linking of Center for Conservation, these are the people who will provide the science, and then it is for the managers and road makers to take it forward on that. Rigorous and long-term scientific research. See, this is a take for the scientist. Very often science projects are 3-year, 5-year. But that is not where you need to stop here. Trends can change. Things can change. Populations can go up. Populations can decline, even with the best of an underpass. So it needs continuous monitoring. And then we need an understanding of species behavior and ecology. See, in India, 20 states of ours have tigers. 17 of them have elephants. And some have both. But for my colleagues in National Highway Authority, they keep asking, for elephant you said 7 meters, for tigers you said 5 meters, why? So these behavioral attributes have to be addressed through science in order to make very practical decisions on that. I already said about continuous monitoring. And lastly is this collaborative craft, where scientists, managers, policymakers, and in case of India, I'm not sure about other countries, judiciary will also have to play a very important role, because when these groups don't agree, then judiciary steps in. But they listen, science-based evidence can be presented, and we can get some good results. That is all I wanted to say in my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, do we have the minister here? I'm just checking. We are supposed to have a special envoy of the president of CARES No, okay. Okay, so we can actually have the 4 speakers come up, ideally if they can, because we have time. I'm going to give us 4 minutes for questions, so 3 minutes for questions. Okay, and I think the first question is right here, sir. And if you could just identify yourself too.
Thank you, Chair and honorable guest and audience. I am not very much familiar, and so we can understand and we can tell about there is no measure at all. Because whatever the site-specific, species-specific, topography-specific, there is a major issue to conserve and what kind of structure. Then is the engineering constraint. Whether PR site will be 150 meter or PR site will be 20 meter. Who will determine? It will not determine only the topography, it will determine also the geological strata also. So all those things are completely, and as a result, as on today, we can claiming as a National Highway Authority of India, whatever implemented, more than 70,000 kilometers of national highways in India out of 150,000 kilometers. There is no road hit on the bigger animal like tiger and elephant. So there is a very good solution. Right now there may be investment, maybe more than construction cost, civil cost, but in long run, if you go for carbon calculation for 20 years, we have been able to calculate for 1 kilometer for a mixture of road, 2-lane paved shoulder, 4-lane, 6-lane, expressway, whatever, we can save 11,000 ton carbon, natural resources, with project and without project. So ultimately, whatever the investment as on today, that is better for the public, better for the ecology, better for the biodiversity. So we should not be compromised about the construction cost of the structure and type of structure. That is the major issue. NHI learned a lot from sir. There was debate in Rajaji National Park whether it will be underpass or overpass like that. So ultimately underpass, and now Asian elephants are using.
Yes.
As on today. Thank you.
So does anyone want to respond to that? I mean, I think the real point is that upfront investment, planning and then upfront investment often has a significant return. We do find trying to mitigate after a road is already put in is very difficult. Is there any other question or comment quickly? I have one. This can be my last question, I'm told.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks so much. This is Hannah Fairbank, Asia Regional Coordinator for the GEF Secretariat. It's not an easy question, but I'm wondering if any of the panelists have any best practices or success stories around bringing multiple ministries that have to be involved to do sustainable infrastructure together on these projects, because there have been some successes. So I'm wondering about that kind of policy coherence and intersectoral working.
See, my quick response, Fairbanks, is that you can't build infrastructure without interministerial cooperation and consultation, whether it is surface transport, whether it is civil aviation, or whether it is Ministry of Road and Railways. So yes, the legal process mandates it, that we must have these consultations, and progress on ground can only be made when agencies, the policymakers and the practitioners, they come together. So very much it is happening. I can say about India, I can say about Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, at least all 4 countries in South Asia.
Since it's the last question, I just want to add that what they are sharing with us is what success looks like. But I think we'll be talking that there needs to be so much capacity building within our decision makers. I think that sometimes this is not even scratch the surface of what it should be. So anything that these new Jeff IP and other projects can help us deliver when you are in a country that not necessarily take into account the decision or the consultation that it's needed, I think that at least build capacities of what are the impacts and what are the positive opportunities of doing it sustainable. Because it's not just about wildlife, it's about making sense economically, in disaster mitigation. Planning well ends up in well-planned infrastructure for the future. So I think that even though I hope that next COP I have an example that it works, but I think that anything that we can do to build capacity will be great. Thank you.
And that's a perfect closure. I would just emphasize for any of you who are involved with the negotiations this week and those of us who are observing, just to continue to keep in mind the role that linear infrastructure plays in the global biodiversity framework goals, and that connectivity is a key component. That is one of the goals that will come out of here. And that's why these plans, work like what Jeff is doing, like what Hannah brought up, and the work that this team here is doing are so important. So thank you. And these people will be around to answer questions. So thank you.
Oh, this was the big cat session, but we were talking about impacts of infrastructure on big cats and big cat movement. But there's 3 more sessions. On the cats? Not just on cats, but all sorts of about infrastructure. There's going to be one on the Amazon. So just stick around. There's plenty to hear. That they're wide-ranging, dispersing, and many of them are endangered, and infrastructure is making it harder to conserve them because infrastructure development is happening everywhere. That's kind of the gist.
And did they look at anything to do with green roads?
Well, when we talk about green roads, we're really, I mean, in this sense, we're really talking about avoiding fragmenting habitats, avoiding protected areas, avoiding connectivity areas. Yeah, avoiding building the roads in the first place sometimes, and otherwise mitigating them as much as you possibly can so that connectivity continues.
Okay. Thank you very much for the next session. After this session is the break. You can see the food's already there. You can always sneak over and get some, but we're going to now talk about infrastructure in the Amazon. And I would like to welcome our moderator up to get us rolling.
I'm going to take a seat.
Where do you work?
I'm the policy lead for the Amazon Foundation.
He's an expert in the Amazon, so it's much better than
Okay, I was wondering about that. So here, why don't you introduce yourself and invite your speakers up? We're late, so it's good.
Yeah, it is really late.
Got going.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please take a seat and take a moment to just get to know our panelists, which I'm going to introduce now. Pablo, you can take a seat. And Jimena is also going to join us, and Ray is going to be here with us. How are you? Great, thank you so much. So, we realized there's been a lot of information around the room in the day, and luckily we had this inspiration from the big cats that we just saw in the previous panel. So that actually takes us directly to the very important topic that we're going to touch base on today, which is the infrastructure in the Amazon in the 9 countries, but with the specific presentations and cases from some of the Amazon Basin largest countries. So first of all, what I would like to say is that this event, of course, is trying to look at the sustainability of the infrastructure that is taking place and has taken place in the Amazon over the past 40 and 50 years, but of course looking at the future on how from these past experiences we can learn and we can actually do something that is more environmentally friendly in terms of this kind of activity, reminding that this is needed for the Amazon countries. So economics are dynamized because of these kinds of activities, so we do need them in general terms. So first of all, before introducing our panel, I'd like you to meet me. My name is Paula Bueno. I work in WWF in the Colombia office. I'm a policy advocacy specialist, and I work as policy lead for, this is a special instance that we call the Amazon Coordination Unit. So it is my great pleasure to be here today with all of you. Thank you so much for joining us again. So just for you to know and to be aware of the state of play of why we're doing what we're doing here, just remember that there have been a lot of lately reports on the state of the Amazon. The last one that WWF has issued is the Living Amazon report, which luckily took a lot of the information that the Science Panel for the Amazon produced, also in the past year or the past couple of years. And from there, what we took specifically, of course, in terms of trying to see how the health of this ecologically basic or basic importance for the world needs to be sustained, is that major activities such as the agricultural frontier, of course the constructions and deforestation that is taking place largely in all of the Amazonian countries, are affecting freshwater and all these species that are key to survive. And of course, one of these activities is related to the infrastructure, or is associated with the infrastructure that also leads to these other activities that we're speaking about. So how to make those sustainable and not only affect the terrestrial environment that they are laid on, but also the consequences over the freshwater ecosystems in the Amazon. This is, of course, very important not only for the Amazon itself, but for the maintenance of our other goal that you may have well heard about, which is maintaining the 1.5 limit in temperature. Of course, the Amazon plays a critical role and a blueprint in these regards. But also in terms of connecting societies and cultures within the Amazon rainforest. So saying that, what we want to do, or we want to talk about, is how it is possible to survive with this kind of infrastructure, how it is possible to facilitate the connectivity both at the ecological and sociological levels, and how we can learn from our past experiences, as we have said. So for this, we will speak about one very important case from Peru, which is known as the waterway or the Hidrovía Amazonica, which shows actually through the use of science-based and rights-based approaches how it is possible to overcome different gaps and limitations of the current impact assessments of different projects. So this is what we're going to see. The second case would be one from Ecuador, showing an analysis of indigenous peoples' participation in environmental assessment. I'd like to see my colleague Cristina Garcia speaking about this. I think Cristina is not yet with us, but she will join shortly. And the third case is from Colombia, actually showing how, with the support from the public sector, specifically the Ministry of Transportation, there was a landmark thinking on how to develop guidelines to actually build green infrastructure, and having these guidelines from the public policy level has led into something very, very positive. So first of all, and before, well, to start the Peruvian case, we're going to have Ray. Can you say your last name? Because I'll let you to introduce yourself, because I can't mention.
Ray Victorine.
Thank you so much, Victorine. Sorry for my lack of capacities to do that. Ray is a director of Business and Conservation Initiative in WCS. Ray will, together with Padu Franco, who's the regional director for the Andes, Amazonia, and Orinoquia from WCS as well, introduce us to this very important case in Peru. But first of all, you're going to generally introduce us and speak about the importance of this topic and how we can approach it in a very specific manner. So yes, yeah, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll keep this very, very brief. Everyone has talked about many of these topics. Obviously, in the Amazon, there's a real need for infrastructure to connect people and for commerce. But we also know that infrastructure leads to habitat fragmentation, loss of wildlife, disruption of river flows. So we know we need the right infrastructure in the right place. So we're going to hear about some really bad ideas that were proposed. And you know, bad infrastructure, the wrong infrastructure in the wrong place, it can be really costly. And a lot of times it doesn't last very long, or it requires an incredible lot of maintenance. And so what happens? There's private benefit for companies who get these contracts and build the infrastructure, but what happens to the cost to the public? And that always gets forgotten. And so we have to think about how we do, you know, better projects, because we want to avoid those high public costs. So we can avoid these problems. I mean, you've heard all this talk about the mitigation hierarchy and all these approaches. We know what to do, we just don't do it, right? So we need to come up with better systems. We need better collaborative management and planning. And I think Kate talked about spatial planning. So that we're looking at what are the development needs of a region. You know, we don't say, oh, we're going to build a road and then see what kind of development occurs. You actually kind of think about what's needed based on the context, what people's needs. So that point of collaboration, I think, is very important. One of the things that never happens is that we never take in the cost of nature and the value of nature into the design consideration. So if there are going to be impacts, what's the cost of that? And so how does that get recuperated? So that needs to be considered. And just imagine if all those loan officers and banks, instead of just getting rated and get their performance bonuses based on how well they did in terms of loans, what if they had to actually deliver on their biodiversity or on their nature returns? The way that people would look at and structure financing for infrastructure would change immensely. So we need to have a bit of a transformation in terms of how we look at these things. Otherwise, we're just going to get a lot of very bad projects, roads where they probably shouldn't go, and roads in areas that may have incredible, and linear infrastructure in areas that may have incredible impacts. And so we're going to see some of these issues and learn about these in the discussions and presentations. So I think we just need to figure out a better way to do business. There's been a lot of talk about that at this conference, and now we just have to see some action. So I hope we can and maybe learn from some of these experiences and come up with better ideas. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Victor. I think that was quite compelling. And from there, we can start actually discussing and breaking down the example of the hidrovia. Pablo, you are going to introduce us about that, and I'm very much like you to let us know precisely from where we can start thinking of these projects in terms of what should be probably repeated and what should be not repeated in the short and long term. Thank you. Gracias, Pablo.
Thank you, Paula, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and briefly introduce this video in which we will present the Hidrovia Amazonica case study in which we have been working for a while now. The Wildlife Conservation Society has been working in the Amazon for over 50 years, stemming out of a commitment to certain sites or landscapes within the Amazon that we consider pivotal for the conservation of the region as a whole. We focus on the western and the central Amazon, and we focus on this part of the Amazon largely because it has the highest levels of biodiversity, but also because this region, which we also call Andes Amazon, plays a crucial role in the maintenance of the Amazon biome as a whole. And this is very well exemplified by the whitewater rivers that are born in the Andes and which carry most of the nutrients and sediments that then feed or support the productivity of Amazon ecosystems all the way until the estuary where the Amazon River meets the Atlantic. So without doubt, one of the biggest challenges that we have in the Amazon is how to bridge conservation and development. Communities in the Amazon definitely have huge and immense needs, and all these needs will inevitably require some kind of infrastructure investments. But governments and we as a society in general need to understand that those infrastructure needs and investments need to derive and conform to the development pathways that communities themselves have identified as the most appropriate for them. And not the other way around. So I hope that the video we're going to show helps illustrate this point in which we actually respond and conform to the needs of communities in the Amazon. And I'm happy to then discuss or respond to any questions. But I'll leave you with Paola Nacarato, who led this project and who unfortunately could not be here, but she will be transmitting over video this case study.
Buenas tardes, buenos días con todos y todas. Mi nombre es Paola Nacarato de WCS Perú y vamos a presentarle el caso de la hidrovía amazónica, lecciones aprendidas sobre este proyecto. Bueno, la Amazonía peruana, especialmente la región Loreto, al norte del Perú, necesita encontrar maneras de conectarse con el resto del país al menor impacto ambiental posible y buscando generar un desarrollo sostenible de acuerdo a la realidad amazónica. El transporte fluvial es una opción interesante y atractiva como alternativa de conectividad. Es la manera más utilizada por la población local para transportarse. Sin embargo, el nivel de informalidad, la falta de seguridad de las embarcaciones y embarcaderos y la poca predictibilidad de este tipo de transporte requiere de mejoras significativas para poder considerarlas una solución. El proyecto de la hidrovía amazónica tenía el objetivo de mejorar el transporte fluvial, pero su diseño y los estudios que sustentaron el contrato de concesión a través de una asociación público-privada entre el Estado peruano y el consorcio Cohidro no fueron suficientemente robustos ni técnicamente sólidos para conseguir la viabilidad del proyecto. Antes de que se firmara el contrato de concesión, los términos de referencia del estudio de impacto ambiental fueron sometidos a consulta previa por petición de una federación indígena. Luego de la firma del contrato, durante la elaboración de la evaluación de impacto ambiental, SENACE realizó el proceso de participación ciudadana para absolver las dudas sobre el estudio de impacto ambiental. Pero las condiciones de la consulta previa no se cumplieron a cabalidad. Tampoco se absolvieron las dudas de la ciudadanía durante la participación ciudadana y las observaciones que hicieron los diferentes entes del Estado a los que se les solicitó dar opinión técnica al estudio de impacto ambiental tampoco fueron levantadas. Esto llevó al Estado peruano a un arbitraje contractual con el concesionario para cancelar el proyecto. Finalmente, hace pocos días, el Ministerio de Transporte aceptó la solicitud de caducidad del contrato de la concesión. El río no solo es un medio de transporte, conecta los bosques, el clima, la biodiversidad, la gente, y es parte fundamental de las culturas indígenas amazónicas. Por lo tanto, no podemos darnos el lujo de afectar su funcionalidad e integridad, y menos la relación que tiene la población con el río. Esto no se entendió desde el diseño del proyecto Hidrovía Amazónica. Frente a esta situación, la principal estrategia que se utilizó fue trabajar de manera conjunta entre la academia, organizaciones no gubernamentales, población local, incluyendo a las federaciones y a las organizaciones regionales y nacionales. Entre todos, se generó y difundió información de la mejor calidad posible acerca del río, sus valores, sus recursos, como la pesca, sus elementos culturales y su dinámica y función. También se habló mucho de los derechos de la población indígena, las implicancias económicas del proyecto y las afectaciones sobre el gremio de armadores dueños de las embarcaciones de Loreto. Se hizo un esfuerzo por entender los impactos del componente del dragado sobre el río para que esto se permita mejorar el estudio de impacto ambiental. Pero a pesar de algunas mejoras, hubo observaciones insalvables. Esta información fue compartida de diversas formas y dio pie, por un lado, a una participación de la población local y organizaciones indígenas informada, lo cual incidió en que ellos tomaran una posición clara en relación con el proyecto de hidrovía, generando campañas, pronunciamientos, presentaciones en espacios internacionales y acciones legales para hacer respetar sus derechos. En conclusión, el trabajo colaborativo entre la academia, organizaciones indígenas, ONGs y otras entidades del Estado, enfocado en generación de información para minimizar los impactos de un proyecto de inversión y mejorar el ejercicio de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, permitió que, por la falta de soluciones a la carencia del proyecto hidrovía y los impactos que éste iba a generar, se terminara declarando inviable.
El río es donde que vive el bugueo. El río es donde que juego con mis amigos y donde que lavo mi ropa.
El río es el lugar donde yo me baño, pesco y de ahí tomo el agua.
El río para nosotros es vida.
Y también es el espacio donde viven nuestros familiares, ¿no?, que desaparecen en el agua, ¿no?
Lo que le ocurre a los ríos nos ocurre a todos. Los ríos valen nuestra vida. Protejámoslos, protejámoslos.
Muchas gracias por la atención. Hasta luego.
Fantástico. Can you hear me? Now? Good. Thank you. Very well. I think the questions were responded specifically in that video, but I don't know if you want to add anything. Just comment on something specifically. Thank you so much. I mean, this is very enlightening. I think we should all take a closer look at this example when thinking about this kind of project in the future. So as for the next presenter, the next example, actually what we're going to do is to watch another video explaining how the involvement of this specific association of indigenous peoples communities particularly was also behind this project or this impact environmental activity that it is necessary to do in all of these projects, as you all know. But this also would let us, you know, some specific insights on their own point of view. So for that, we would like to have the next video. Thank you so much. And we'll have also space for questions at the end.
En estos 5 minutos les voy a hablar sobre este estudio que se hizo en marco del proyecto Amazonía Indígena, Derechos y Recursos, financiado por USAID, implementado por la WWF con nuestro socio estratégico, la Confederación de Pueblos Indígenas Amazónicos del Ecuador, o CONFEñae. El estudio analiza sobre la participación de los pueblos indígenas en los estudios de impacto ambiental. Ahora, ¿qué hicimos en este estudio? Analizamos la normativa nacional, normativa internacional, competencias de las instituciones actuales existentes en el Ecuador, y analizamos un estudio de caso. Quisimos hacer de más, pero solo pudimos acceder a uno. En ese marco se hacen hallazgos, se analiza la participación de pueblos indígenas en proyectos de infraestructura en su territorio y se realizan algunas recomendaciones al respecto para empresas, gobierno y también pueblos indígenas. ¿Qué es la licencia ambiental? Es un permiso ambiental para el desarrollo de proyectos que generan impacto ambiental, y esta licencia la emite el Ministerio de Ambiente, Agua y Transición Ecológica del Ecuador. Es decir, que toda empresa petrolera o minera debe acceder a esta licencia. Contarles que la mayor parte de petróleo que se exporta del Ecuador proviene de la Amazonía ecuatoriana, donde habitan pueblos indígenas amazónicos. Respecto al tema de consulta libre, previa e informada, este proceso debe llevarse antes de que comience el proceso de licenciamiento ambiental. Y esto está a cargo del ministerio que lleva los temas de energía y recursos naturales no renovables. En Ecuador, la consulta libre, previa e informada no está regulada. Cuando se entrega esto, recién ahí pueden tener un licenciamiento ambiental, cuando se entrega una concesión. Ahora, el proceso de licenciamiento ambiental está bajo la competencia del Ministerio de Ambiente, Agua y Transición Ecológica. Ellos son quienes aprueban esta licencia. Y eso es lo que vamos a analizar ahora. Aquí encontramos algunas omisiones. Y es que parte del licenciamiento ambiental incluye el estudio de impacto ambiental del proyecto. Vimos que este estudio de impacto ambiental no es participativo y no identifica la presencia de pueblos indígenas, a pesar de que ellos están ahí y tienen varias comunidades ahí. Por ende, el estudio de impacto ambiental no expone conflictos sociales, económicos, culturales, ambientales que puedan presentarse en la zona con implementación del proyecto. Además, no considera aspectos fundamentales como es el uso de los recursos naturales del territorio y no presenta realmente cuáles son los impactos o riesgos que se van a generar en el territorio, y por ende no hay medidas efectivas de mitigación una vez que se implementa el proyecto. Una vez que el estudio de impacto ambiental ya está aprobado, tampoco esta información está para ser compartida por el público, no se puede acceder a ella. Ahora, cuando el Ministerio del Ambiente revisa el borrador del estudio de impacto ambiental, lo aprueba, la empresa consultora va a la comunidad para hacer un proceso de participación ciudadana, que es netamente un espacio de socialización, es informativo, no es un espacio de consulta, y es lo que también se está criticando. Además, esto que se comparte no responde a la realidad de los pueblos indígenas en su lenguaje, cultura y formas de vida. Tampoco la empresa consultora asegura que hay una comprensión por parte de los pueblos indígenas, y no se comparten cuáles son los impactos y riesgos que el proyecto va a traer a su territorio. Por ende, es un proceso no participativo ni tampoco incluyente, y una vez que está aprobado tampoco es de acceso público esta información. Quien aprueba esto es justamente el Ministerio del Ambiente. Las recomendaciones que se generan al Estado es que desarrolle una normativa para el proceso de consulta libre, previa e informada que responda a estándares internacionales, que haya un desarrollo institucional en el Estado que reconozca a los pueblos indígenas, los identifique y delimite sus territorios, y que los gobiernos autónomos descentralizados conozcan de los proyectos que se realizan en su territorio para poder monitorearlos y asegurar que se respeten los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. También se pide el acceso a la información que actualmente no hay, sobre todo el de los proyectos que se están realizando en su territorio y de los que se van a realizar a futuro. También se pide que se fortalezca la capacitación y mecanismos y se divulguen mecanismos de participación antes, durante y después del proceso de licenciamiento ambiental. A las empresas se les pide que respeten y comprendan las formas organizativas de los pueblos indígenas, porque se quejan de que la empresa lo que hace es dividir y generar conflictos en las comunidades. También se pide que el estudio de impacto ambiental no sea un mero checklist, sino que realmente sirva para asegurar la integridad ambiental del área donde ellos van a intervenir, y que los estudios de impacto ambiental reconozcan e incorporen los planes de vida de los pueblos indígenas, lo cual parte de identificar desde un comienzo si existen comunidades indígenas en la zona, conversar con ellos desde el primer momento y asegurarse que haya un diálogo y una implementación que responda a las realidades del territorio y evitar conflictos futuros. ¿Qué oportunidad hay? Bueno, Ecuador es signatario del Acuerdo de Escazú, por ende debe implementarse esto para poder acceder a la información y también hacer acceso a la justicia en temas ambientales. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Que tengan una excelente jornada. Hasta luego.
Gracias, Cristina, remotely. It was a great effort to try and summarize all of this. And of course, this leaves us the question on whether the involvement, the early involvement of all the affected, of course, could result in better projects that actually could be implemented quickly on the ground. And the third case we would like to bring to the table would be presented by Jimena Barrera. Jimena is the Director of International Affairs and Government Relations in WWF Colombia. And Jimena will explain to us this fantastic case, as I was mentioning before, of partnering with the government in outlining the very key guidelines that you should take into consideration when building roads and large infrastructure under green also considerations. So Jimena would like to stand here, I believe. Thank you so much. Beautiful.
Thank you, Paula. Thanks so much for the invitation. It is a pleasure for us to present about our case study, what have been working in terms of the green infrastructure guidelines. I'm going to make a presentation, and then we're going to have a video to explain about the story. Maybe, do you know how to?
No, ellos lo hacen.
Oh, next one? Next.
Sí.
Yes. So I'm going to explain about the Green Road Infrastructure Guidelines in Colombia, what has been their application, and also in the context of deforestation in the Amazon, and their potential to prevent and avoid mitigation impacts on biodiversity, which is a very important issue regarding the CBD negotiations. So basically, the Green Road Infrastructure Guidelines in Colombia were developed as part of the joint agenda with the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Transport, with the support of WWF Colombia, and also with the Foundation for Conservation and Sustainable Development. In fact, my colleague Emilio was here, but he left because he was in another side event. But he has been working with us since the beginning of the process, and also with the support of Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. We have been working with WWF US, with Kate Newman, in trying to structure the sustainable road construction plans, programs, and projects in Colombia. First of all, I would like to emphasize that this initiative was developed as part of the early part of the process, like an early warning system, in trying to strengthen environmental and sustainable development consideration as part of the planning process. Basically, what we would like to seek is to ensure that road projects and also incorporates location, layout, design, and engineering and management measures to guarantee that their execution and implementations generate a positive net environmental benefits. Next one. So in terms of the scope, we have different phases that are very important. The first one is the sectoral strategic planning process, the feasibility analysis, the feasibility and final designs, the construction, the operation, and the intervention of existing roads, and also the commissioning, which are the different parts of the process. What we have, we developed the guidelines that has been adopted at a high level by the President and also as part of the joint agenda between the two ministries. But also we are developing a pilot case study in the Amazon to see how it has been implemented as a pilot project in the Guaviare department. I would also like to emphasize that based on this project and this pilot case study, we have work at the regional level, but also to support like the national level policy framework. Currently, the guidelines has been recognized as part of the national policy of controlled deforestation. So this has been very important one in terms of the policy framework. But also, I would like to emphasize that the application will give us an important analysis to understand about the benefits of green infrastructure guidelines and also to reduce the large sources of pressure that we are facing in the Colombian Amazon. This pilot project will provide also important information to implement similar projects in other landscapes in the Amazon region. So in terms of the pilot application in road designs, I would like to explain that the presentation that was done previously talked about the environmental licensing processes, but this is being incorporated in an early stage of the process, and also to analyze like the environmental licensing process to try to improve the process. So both elements were considered. The other thing is that it implies different elements like the vegetation cover rehabilitation, which includes linear reforestation, restoring vegetation cover to increase ecological connectivity. And this is very important in the Amazon because of the connectivity between the Andean and the Amazon region. Also, the protection of wildlife, which includes adaptation of wildlife crossings, and also community inclusive participation of the different stakeholders in the process, in order to strengthen participation and also to reduce conflicts in the area. There are many opportunities, but also challenges, as you know, talking about infrastructure, especially in an area of the Amazon. One of the opportunities is that we support this initiative as part of the national policy framework, but also we support in the contribution of the national determined contribution in Colombia in terms of avoiding and controlling deforestation, protecting natural forests, but also link it with the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals agenda and the biodiversity one, I would say. It is important also to mention that we are developing like an institutional action plan that will strengthen the capacity of the actors involved. We are also analyzing different instruments to materialize the green infrastructure guidelines in the country. It is important that one to ensure implementation to the generation of capacities in the actors involved in the different landscapes. Also the identification and implementation of mechanisms for the incorporation of the guidelines. It is crucial to ensure implementation through the modification of technical and regulatory instruments and the application of the early intervention approach in the planning design. The other element that I would like to emphasize is about the involvement of the financial sector. So we are working also with international partners, but also with national partners to encourage the application of the guidelines, but also the mobilization of funds to increase and mobilize the desired flow of finance for the implementation of the guidelines. And the other element is about the importance to exchange experience. I'm really impressed today about the other experience because it is also an opportunity to exchange experience based on what we have done in Colombia. and also to support the pilot projects in the Amazon and others. This is basically the presentation, but I would like also to present a video about the initiative. So maybe we can put the video for all.
La Amazonía colombiana está compuesta por aproximadamente 700 ecosistemas terrestres y 300 acuáticos. Contiene una buena parte de la biodiversidad del país y representa un 40% de su territorio. Es crucial en la regulación climática del planeta, fuente de recursos hídricos y hogar de diversas comunidades humanas. Y aunque es una pieza clave para nuestra supervivencia, enfrenta una gran cantidad de problemas ambientales y sociales, que van desde la deforestación y la extinción de especies hasta la inconexión y el aislamiento de muchas de sus poblaciones. Lo que pasa muchas veces es que no sabemos atender de manera apropiada los problemas y las soluciones abren la puerta a otros problemas. Ese es el caso, por ejemplo, de la falta de conectividad. No poder desplazarse rápidamente entre regiones o comprar y vender productos en otros sitios es un asunto que uno pensaría tiene fácil solución. Una pista de aterrizaje o una carretera y listo. Sin embargo, si las vías, los aeropuertos o los puertos no se hacen teniendo en cuenta las condiciones del territorio, quizás traigan más problemas que soluciones. Son muchos los elementos en los que hay que pensar al trazar una vía: el cambio de los ecosistemas por donde la construcción pasará, la flora y la fauna que vive y se desplaza por allí, los sitios sagrados o especiales para las comunidades y, por supuesto, la deforestación que, de no preverse, se puede dar al lado y lado de la vía para abrir espacios comerciales, lugares de ocio o para desarrollar actividades económicas que no corresponden a la selva, como la ganadería o la agroindustria, y que generalmente resultan en más tala y más daños al bosque. La buena noticia es que todo esto se puede hacer bien si se aplican estrategias que piensen en el territorio como un todo. Ahora tenemos el conocimiento, la tecnología, los medios de participación y la ingeniería para desarrollar mejores soluciones de conectividad, que además de ayudar a las personas, conserven el medio ambiente. Por eso, el Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible y el Ministerio de Transporte elaboraron los lineamientos de infraestructura verde vial. Unas recomendaciones que buscan poner sobre la mesa todos los asuntos que deben considerarse a la hora de planear, diseñar y hacer una carretera de manera responsable. El primer piloto de los lineamientos se está haciendo actualmente en la Amazonía, en el Guaviare, en una zona donde se concentra la mayor deforestación de Colombia. A través de este piloto buscamos establecer con cifras y resultados claros los beneficios de la infraestructura verde, de manera que contribuya a reducir las grandes presiones que enfrenta la Amazonía colombiana y así tener información suficiente para luego implementarlos en el país entero. Al usar los lineamientos de infraestructura verde vial, hacemos de la conectividad un ejercicio responsable. Conservamos los ecosistemas y sus flujos, las corrientes de agua se mantienen en movimiento, se controlan las ramificaciones de las vías que afectan el hogar de la fauna y flora, aportamos a la legalización de la propiedad y a la solución de conflictos de uso de la tierra, evitamos poblamientos donde no corresponden, promovemos gobernabilidad y afianzamos la participación social, así como la articulación entre la planificación municipal y departamental con la planificación del sector transporte del país. En resumen, los lineamientos de infraestructura verde son pautas de planificación y técnicas que buscan resolver las actuales limitaciones institucionales, ambientales y sociales para lograr una infraestructura más sostenible que apoye el desarrollo nacional y local, manteniendo al mismo tiempo la integridad de los bosques y los ecosistemas. Para más información, visita www.fcds.org.co y www.f.org.co.
Hola. Thank you, Jimena. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, because we're around a little bit late, I just want to say thanks to all our panelists please reach out to them over coffee. As you can see, there's a beautiful table available for all of us. And don't hesitate to visit the sites that we have been shown here. And of course, reach out to our panelists. And thank you so much for your assistance. And we'll see you in the nearest future.
No, they have to turn it. Okay, welcome to the break. We have a break until 4 o'clock when the last two sessions start. We have food over here. Please come by. You can meet the speakers. Many of them are still here. If you make it to the last two rounds, and I do see people who have been here the whole time, there are prizes. Don't forget. Please come back. So I know that I'm going to be able to watch it.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon's panel on securing the energy transformation with nature-safe renewables. My name is Darcy Vetter. I'm the Global Head of Policy and Government Relations with the Nature Conservancy, and I'm joined by a fantastic panel here today to explore this topic. As we know, the world needs at least a 9-fold increase in global renewable energy to meet our Paris goals, and we need to go even further to reach net zero. But these projects require a lot of land. In the United States, the estimates are that an area larger than Colorado and Wyoming combined will be necessary to meet our net zero emissions goals. And likewise, countries like Germany are estimating they will need 2% of their land for renewable energy projects alone. This needed deployment of renewable energy infrastructure also has huge implications for biodiversity. Due to habitat fragmentation, including from things like transmission lines, the mining for minerals needed for these renewable systems, and other operational impacts. And frankly put, if we don't take account of those needs carefully, we risk compounding one crisis in order to tackle another. But there are good paths forward. I had the great fortune of visiting the innovative work that the Nature Conservancy is doing in the Cumberlands Forest, Virginia recently on a solar development project that avoided biodiversity impacts by developing an installation on reclaimed mining lands. These approaches can be scaled up by new incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act, recently passed in the United States, and doing renewable energy in this biodiversity-friendly manner can be both a major economic opportunity as well as a way to preserve biodiversity fully. We have a great panel here today to explore some of these same issues and trade-offs even further, and let me introduce them to you very briefly now. I'll start with Nathan Cummins, one of my colleagues at the Nature Conservancy, who leads our Great Plains Renewable Energy Program. I'm not going in order here, Ben Sykes, who is the Ørsted Vice President and Head of Environment and External Affairs. I'm joined by Ariane Kaplun, who is AXA Climate and Nature-Based Solutions Domain Leader, by Alberto Nino, who is the General Counsel of the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, and last but not least, Mr. Stephen Dickinson, who is the Group Biodiversity Specialist and Senior Environment Advisor for Total Energies. We hopefully will be joined very soon also by Mayando Chilembo, the Senior Ecosystems Analyst at the Ministry of the Green Economy in Zambia. I believe she may be delayed by the negotiations and will join us when she is able. We have a quick time slot today, so we're going to jump right into those questions. And I'm actually going to start with you, Alberto. Could you tell us what is AIIB's approach on financing renewable energy projects, and does the AIIB follow a key principle as its driver to support renewable energy financing?
Can you hear me? Yeah, no. So thank you very much for having AIB in the panel today. I've been instructed to be brief. It's been a long day for everyone. So we are the youngest or the newest of the multilateral development banks. We are a project-oriented bank. We have 3 pillars. Our first pillar is green economy and climate change. The second is connectivity. And the third one is digital access. And from its inception, AIB has made a very conscious decision on the renewable space. And we have been financing lots of renewable projects, wind and solar, across the world. We started with 37 countries. We are 105. And our focus has been changing and evolving over time as we learn from these projects. And one of the things that we've been discussing and learning from the colleagues from Nature Conservancy and WWF and others is that, upstream is very important, that we need to plan and that we need a policy context. And even if you have the resources to finance a project, that does not work in isolation. So for us, as we move forward, it's an area that we want to invest, that we want to cooperate, that we want to partner with all of you. The final point I want to make is that most recently, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we approved an update to our energy policy. And obviously, as a development bank, we want to focus on access and energy security. But that needs to be done on a sustainable way. We're also very conscious about the first point that you made, that land has its limitations. So what to do, when you have those kind of limitations, especially in countries that do not have, the vastness of the United States or Brazil, for example. So I think that's where, for example, energy efficiency, which is frequently forgotten in the projects that a lot of us finance, needs to be focused. And what are the incentives to do that? So that's an area that we are very keen to explore with all of you. I'll stop here, and I may come back if you ask me to. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Alberto, and an excellent reminder that efficiency has to be part of the equation. Thank you for flagging that. Nathan, I'm going to turn to you next. TNC has been working at that intersection of biodiversity and renewable energy since the early 2000s. From your perspective on implementing these strategies in the central U.S., can you share with us what has worked well and where there might be further opportunities for collaboration?
Yeah, of course, Darcy, and thanks for the question and the opportunity. The Nature Conservancy's strategy on renewable energy is we want to see more of it. We have to see more of it to be able to tackle the climate crisis through decarbonization. We also know renewables take up a lot of land, and they can have known impacts to both wildlife and habitat. So how do we balance that as an organization, as a region, as a nation? In the central U.S., how we've been doing that is we've been thinking about that for a long time. Wind first came in the early 2000s. For folks unaware of the Midwestern United States, we kind of call it the wind belt of the U.S. It has very consistent, strong wind resource, so it makes a lot of sense that it can house a lot of the energy production in the United States for the future economy we're trying to see. Now, also, another history about the central United States, and Darcy should know this too, being a fellow Midwesterner, is there's a lot of history of land conversion. And so we don't have a lot of conservation areas left. And the ones we do, like our native tallgrass prairie, which has less than 5% of its historic expanse remaining, we really want to hold on to. And so those type of areas are facing all types of development pressure, including renewable energy. So what has TNC done about it? Well, one of the key things we've done is gathered the right data. So since the early 2000s, we've been working to collaborate to figure out what is the data needed and where do that data need to go to make these more informed decisions. So one strategy that I've led that's we've had a lot of success in is our site renewables rights strategy. So this is a strategy that's been built by over 60 TNC staff, combining over 100 environmentally sensitive data sets. It's basically a map that shows if the Nature Conservancy was going out to site a wind or a solar facility, where would be the environmentally sensitive areas we would avoid, and what's the scientific basis for that? So we want to make sure everything is grounded in science. And when we went to do this, we just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to have to choose between biodiversity and climate, because we believe that that's a false choice, and that's what our analysis showed. Even when you take all of those key areas off the landscape, what you find is we have more than enough resources to meet and exceed clean energy goals for the United States. And if you think about this even globally, we've done similar analyses, and we find that there's over 17 times the amount of low-impact lands available to build renewable energy without sacrificing biodiversity. But can we actually build there? That's the question, and currently we can in certain areas, and other areas we can't yet. And so we are thinking about how do you embed that science in policy and decision making. So just two examples. Darcy, you touched on it, so I'll just touch on it briefly. In the Inflation Reduction Act, this is something TNC was pushing very heavily on because we needed it to get on pace for the U.S. to meet clean energy goals. But we were also able to embed these non-price factors, embed opportunities for renewable energy developers, communities, and other key constituencies that are willing to drive to these low-impact areas like degraded lands, like mine lands, like marginal agricultural lands, lands where renewable energy have a real opportunity to be positive towards biodiversity and move that vision forward. So we're able to get a tax credit there, utilizing local partners, utilizing national partners. It wasn't all on us by any means. There's a lot of folks that deserve credit for that. But that's just one example in the U.S. context of how we're thinking about embedding some of these long-term decision makings into the processes that drive deployment. And then the other thing I'll say is we have to do more science and study on this. So we have the data, And now we figure out how do we apply that in really interesting models and long-term decarbonization planning done at the regional and national level. So we've done that in the United States. The state of California has used that as they think about their procurement processes as a state to meet their state goals. And we've also thought about that in the European context. We've thought about that in the Balkans, for example, and used it to show, hey, there's opportunities to think about low-impact renewable energy development to help protect free-flowing rivers from potential hydropower development and other means. So these are just some examples, and I'd be happy to share more about how we've applied data in the policy and practices context.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nathan. Ariane, I'm going to turn to you next. We've heard from the NGOs, we've heard from the development banks. Now let's hear a private sector perspective. As an insurer, how do you think about securing the biodiversity risks that come with renewable energy deployment?
So thanks for having me in this panel, and indeed that's a super important question. So I'm working for AXA Climate, an entity from the AXA Group, which is focused on climate and biodiversity risks. So to make it a bit concrete, let me start with an example of a hydro dam in the Philippines called Binga, and this dam is quite sadly famous. It was built in the 60s without any materiality study, obviously. And what happened in the upstream basin of this water dam is deforestation, massive deforestation that happened during the years, and typhoons and flash floods, because Philippines are highly exposed to those extremely high events. So over the years, sediments actually increased very much and actually prevent the water capacity of the dam by 80%. So by the years 2000, I think, the dam fails in its two main objectives, which is, of course, electricity provider and water control. And this illustrates very much how renewable energies are highly dependent on climate and also biodiversity. And years ago, we didn't think about how actually deforestation could impact electricity production. So now, as a climate insurer, we are actually looking and working more and more on the upstream actions that can be taken before to reduce climate risk and exposure. So what we do is we use data, climate data from satellite imagery and also biodiversity data that are available there to help our clients understand before building any renewable energy how this climate risk will evolve by 2050, for instance. Because with climate change, the pressure is increasing and we can no longer think about historic risk because this won't be relevant anymore in the coming years. So we are developing some, let's say, consulting activities to help our clients take those risks, climate and biodiversity, into account before investing into renewable. And also, of course, we are still insuring. So, for instance, we can insure wind farm against lack of wind. We can insure a solar panel against extreme heat waves. And all this mechanism is based on data, so we are doing what we call parametric insurance, meaning that we design the insurance models with some specific thresholds that our clients gave us, corresponding to their own risk appetite and exposure and sensitivity. And then as soon as the thresholds are reached, so it could be an intensity of the wind, we send the insurance money that makes sure that the activities, are sustainable in the long term. So maybe I stop there. I don't know if, yeah, let's stop there and happy to continue the discussion after.
Excellent. That was excellent, and I think a good reminder that even as we build this new infrastructure, we know that literally the climate is changing and we have to anticipate how to be responsive to that. Benj, I want to turn to you next. Ørsted is an important player in offshore wind development. What is the business case that you see for integrating biodiversity into renewables development, and how is that reflected in the projects that you're developing?
Thanks, Darcy, and great to be able to join this panel today. That's a very big question, actually. I'll take it in two pieces. So how do we make a business case around biodiversity? I think there's two elements to that. So we're a very big renewable energy company, one of the biggest in the world. We're the world's leaders in building and operating offshore wind farms. So we've got a lot of experience. We've built around 25 or 30 around the world. And I think the question comes in two parts. In terms of how do we make a business case for biodiversity in a wind farm, I think that is all about demonstrating to policymakers that biodiversity outcomes are critical for all renewable energy infrastructure. One of the things that we're very passionate about is bringing together action on climate change, action on biodiversity loss. And we strongly believe that if we can make sure that, as we're already seeing in some markets, that we bring biodiversity as a factor into the way in which governments, policymakers and others regulate offshore wind, then it will force all of our peers alongside us to up our game on biodiversity. So then it becomes a factor in who's going to win in the competitive space of building offshore wind farms. And I think at a global level, there's a very important point to bear in mind, is that at the moment the world has 70 gigawatts of offshore wind. Don't worry about the units. But by 2050, we need about 2,000 gigawatts of offshore wind if we're going to reach net zero. We're only going to do that if we can deliver biodiversity positive outcomes. And we've made a company commitment that all of our projects from 2030 will deliver a net positive biodiversity impact, because not only does that give us an advantage when we're competing around different markets, it also means that we can get that mandate to build out to 2,000 gigawatts and make sure that offshore wind is able to play its full role in hitting net zero. So the two have to come together, and I think that's a question of policymakers. We're running a number of projects. We set this ambition. We're now figuring out how we're going to do it, because it's a great statement to make that we're going to be net positive biodiversity impact, but it's quite complicated. Anyone who works in the marine environment will know this. So we've got a big program on how to measure that, because if you can't measure it, you can't demonstrate it to your investors and to others. Very difficult, but very exciting work that we're doing with a number of scientific and other stakeholders around the world. We're also deploying pilot projects, because we need to develop a toolbox of solutions for actually delivering this. Where we build a wind farm, when we build a wind farm, we need to take action above and beyond what we already do with mitigation and compensation. How are we going to deliver that? So we've got a number of projects running. For example, we're doing something very experimental in Taiwan, trying to see if we can grow coral from larvae on the legs of wind turbines. Very radical, never been tried before. Close to home in the UK, where I'm from, we're doing a big restoration project with seagrass, planting 500,000 native oysters to build a biogenic reef, and also restoring a critical ecosystem, which is salt marsh. So those are just 2 of 6 of the projects we've kicked off this year. Happy to talk about more later, but in the interest of time, I'll hand back to Darcy.
Excellent. A good example of some very innovative ideas to integrate biodiversity into your programs. Stephen, let me turn to you next. As Total Energies transitions to renewables, what plans do you have to address biodiversity in that transition?
Thanks very much. Nice to be here this evening. We're still running a little low on energy, but I think we still have some left for this discussion. So, yeah, my name is Stephen Dickinson. I'm the company biodiversity expert. I'm based in HQ in Paris. For those who don't know Total Energies, we're a multi-energy company with about 108,000 staff present in over 130 countries. So the scope of our activities is quite large. I'd like to come back on our common challenge before I go to your question. I think the reality check is that we have to address the massive rise in energy demand, because it's soaring as the population rises, with 9 billion people on the horizon line, and assess that and how to address that in light of the dual crisis that we're confronted to. So the balance between the climate and biodiversity nexus has to be kept in mind as to how we address and move forward in terms of meeting the energy demand. So from the climate crisis perspective, that essentially means we have to rapidly move towards an energy transition and to reach the net zero goals. Of course, that means decarbonizing, the energy mix as such, and that relies heavily on the renewable energy share as such. Now, when you look at the biodiversity crisis, that will require making sure that exactly what you're saying, that the biodiversity risks and impacts are properly managed. We tend to say in our industry, 80% of our environmental issues are biodiversity related in the renewable energy sector. So if we take stock of where our company is at today, on the climate front, we've taken a net zero target. Of course, we're not hiding that we're big oil, but we're moving into that transition. So part of our key pillars to secure the transition as such and meet the net zero target we have at 250 is to rely on massive investment in renewable energy, where if you translate that in numbers, we had 10 gigawatts in 2021. This year we've invested over $4 billion US in renewable energy. That puts us in the same kind of levels of investment as companies like Ørsted and sole source companies that just do renewables. We have a target to reach 100 gigawatts by 2030. That equates to essentially all the renewable energy that Canada currently produces. So or double the nuclear park in France. So these are really significant investments, and that's essentially where we're going. And our renewable energy scope is very diverse, mainly solar, but also onshore and offshore wind. We have also small-scale hydro, biogas and biofuels using second-generation agri-waste. And also we manufacture batteries to deal with the renewable intermittence issues. Tomorrow it'll be green hydrogen and e-fuels, so we can all fly to the COPs without the guilt trip that comes with it as such. I think when you look at the biodiversity management within the company, we have a biodiversity ambition that's underpinned by public biodiversity commitments under the Act for Nature initiative. And this is all around setting no-go areas, systematic biodiversity action planning to manage impacts and identify opportunities. It's also about knowledge sharing, because we have to work at our operational level, but contribute to raising the bar for the entire sector. That's really important. If not, we're isolating ourselves, and anything wrong that happens in a company then will affect the sector at large. We also have a long-standing operational biodiversity standard, and that's essentially about mainstreaming the biodiversity mitigation hierarchy into our company rules. And that covers the entirety of our life cycle, from project design to construction to operation to closure. And it's conducting things like systematic biodiversity screening for our future investments to identify biodiversity sensitivities in the landscape or seascape in which we're entering, and also assessing the challenge of implementing the biodiversity mitigation hierarchy, which is context-driven. The actions that are associated to the biodiversity mitigation hierarchy are then consolidated in a biodiversity action plan that's coupled with a monitoring and evaluation program to demonstrate performance. And we've increasingly moved away from just fossil fuels into the renewable energy arena, we've adapted our management processes to customize them and ensure that they meet the specs for the requirements for renewable energy as such. And we use international best practices. We work with the IUCN, for example, or under other associations to integrate the good practice into our operational framework. So what does this look like on the ground? It's essentially following the 5-step approach of the mitigation hierarchy. This is focusing on avoidance at a landscape level in terms of project siting. There's a huge challenge with that, especially for renewables, because we're told usually by the regulator where our developments can go and not go. And the issue then is remaining competitive in terms of whether you're willing to enter certain biodiversity sensitive locations. So that's something to be kept in mind, and that's also part of that climate and biodiversity balance as such. You can also conduct more locally approached biodiversity avoidance, and so the idea is to then customize your design to avoid any remaining sensitivities within your footprint. Sometimes we go as far as setting aside areas, so that impacts the performance of the project, and you're essentially ending up with a biodiversity conservation zone within your fence line. So what doesn't get avoided, you can work at a mitigation level also. So that's building into the project design. For wind in particular, very important. Things like what we call the air gap has to be designed, to ensure that we minimize the risk for birds in particular. It's also about integrating, early detection systems and devices and curtailment, especially for wind. And you can also then continue your mitigation efforts at the operational level by conducting things like seasonal avoidance or breeding seasons to then redirect that into your construction schedule. There's all sorts of techniques that we use, like pre-stressing fauna that is mobile in the future construction site area, and the mobile fauna will move out. It's also about creating direction towards more favorable habitats, where essentially, for example, under onshore wind conditions, you're setting a trajectory for the ecosystem to avoid the attraction of raptor species, birds, that would be at risk of the presence of the wind turbine. So you're going to essentially move on to that. It's also about restoration and enhancement, creating additional value, especially in solar sites, and offsetting and compensation, which is determined, through the impact assessment and risk screening process. I'll wrap up with what you can do beyond, the residual negative impacts and compensation. It's all about the additional conservation actions, and there really it's about data knowledge generation and sharing your data sets on global biodiversity platforms that the greater community can benefit from, especially true for the marine system, because data is difficult to access in those locations. And certainly and we've talked about it during COP15, there's a lot of opportunities, I think, for renewable energies to generate nature-positive contributions when the community has worked out what nature-positive really means. But in short, the IUCN is saying more nature tomorrow. I think that's fairly audible. We'll see, how well industry is able to pick up on that concept. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And a reminder that the metrics are not always clear, but there are a number of actions we can take now that we know are better than the alternative. So excellent framing. Mayando, perfect timing. We're just ready for the microphone to come to you. Thank you for making time to join us. I know that you have many demands on your time here today. In light of the climate change impact on energy and the high deforestation rates in Zambia, what policies and strategies is the Zambian government developing to protect wild spaces as you transition to clean energy?
Okay, thank you very much. And again, I think I want to apologize to the panelists and the audience for coming a bit late. It is because we are part of a delegation and we are trying to make our statement. Yes, I think interesting enough for us as Zambia, as you have said, we are a country based in Southern Africa. And when you look at Southern Africa, we are one of the drought-prone and heat regions. On the other side, 80% of our energy is hydroelectric, which depends on water. So to us, the connection is real. And in terms of interventions, I think the government of Zambia is on the ground trying to put up interventions to ensure that not only do our people become energy secure, but also we are able to sustainably manage the resources that we have. So recently, one of the things that we have done, apart from, of course, the policies, in terms of policies, a number of policies and strategies have been developed. But apart from that, recently we have in our National Development Plan, the 8th National Development Plan, we have a pillar specifically dedicated to environmental sustainability. We hope that through that pillar, we shall be able to mobilize what we need for us to ensure that we are energy secure. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I think we have time for some quick questions from the audience. If anyone has a question, I'll go here first, and then we'll come to you next. I think we need a microphone. Thank you, Linda. There we go.
Thanks. Great selection of talks. I had two questions for, I think it was Steve Dickinson. So you mentioned that you try to avoid targeting birds with the wind farm strategies, do you also have any mechanisms to try to avoid killing bats, like using echolocation detection? Because wind farms are also a major threat to bats. My second question was on the fuels. You noted that in a few years' time, if we're lucky, we may transition to biofuels. What sources are you looking at for those biofuels? Are they from food waste? Because what we've seen with things like the EU biofuels policy is they often drive deforestation when there aren't sensible sourcing policies behind them. Thank you.
So I'll start with the second question. So we already do biofuels and biogas, and it's largely based on second-generation agri-waste. Okay, so it's part of circularity, and it's an interesting aspect because, you know, historically, people managing environment were seen on the outside of business, and there's an opportunity to use environmental principles to generate business. So, for me, that's a real win. Your second question, sorry, your first question on bats, for sure, yeah. I think you know, that's at least built into the monitoring to determine how, you know, what if there is actually an impact. So onshore it's doable, offshore a bit more challenging, but I think there's a lot of research and development that's still needed for bats, but there's attempts to work with that today. Maybe Ørsted is more advanced than us on that, I'm not sure, but bats is, and it's not just for onshore wind, bats go out at sea, that people don't really know that, but that's also got to be considered, you know, in project design. It's linked to the barotraumatic effects on bats, yeah. So it is definitely in the scope.
Excellent. Good. Next question.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Caroline Aguti, and I work for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in Uganda. I am excited to hear from the experience of the different stakeholders in front there, because we hear from the banks, we hear from the institutions that are actually developing projects, and I'm very excited with the submissions from Total, mainly because they do activities in Uganda, and I'm looking forward to having this forward. But certainly Uganda as a country, many of the things that have been mentioned in terms of biodiversity and social offsets, catchment protection, and I'm also happy to share that Uganda actually has green minerals, which are good for battery manufacturing, where we actually call upon the different stakeholders who can share technology, but also be able to work with the country to be able to support, and we want to continue this collaboration. But also our nationally determined contributions have clear targets in terms of renewable energy, but also as we promote renewable energies, what are our strategies in terms of end-of-life used batteries for solar? Thank you.
So what I can tell you, our company's strategy, because we've been present in many areas for an extended period of time, the entry point was oil and gas historically. And what we do is we use that presence as a catalyst to expand our business, of course, and that includes renewable energy. So I believe, and I'm not a specialist in that specific aspect, but that we are working quite significantly in Uganda to introduce renewable energy opportunities. Maybe we can follow up afterwards if you need more details. Yeah.
Excellent. We have time for a couple of more questions, if there are other questions from the audience. If there are none, or if you're still thinking, oh, you have one here? Great.
Thank you. Thank you for interesting panels. So my question is a bit outside of the scope of this panel, but I'm quite interested in how the renewable energy operator like to meet the expectation of investors. So currently there is the strong investor demand to corporate to disclose the impact dependency and the risk and opportunity regarding on nature. So such as TNFD is now going to set a disclosure framework, but But on the other side, if you do the very excellent management framework on the ground, often you have produce 1,000 pages of document, plenty of data, the excellent management practice, but it's completely invisible from investors. So I'm curious about what is the perspective to aggregate such good management practice to disclose to investors.
Great. Ben, could I ask you? Yeah, I'll try to summarize the question and make sure I understand it. You talked a little bit about investment and financial disclosure around risks, but also mentioned the risk analysis and assessment that you have to do before you cite these projects, but that information is sometimes not available to investors. So I think the question is partly about overall aggregating the assessments that are done, how transparent and available are they, and perhaps I might add on the end, how are you thinking about transparency and disclosure as part of your business model as you're moving forward in development?
Yeah, so maybe I could start with transparency and disclosure, and I think both are absolutely key. And I know there's been conversations around mandatory disclosure here at the COP, and I'm very hopeful that will be landed despite a certain government's intervention earlier in the week. In terms of rather than think about risks, I think I would look at this as quantifying. It comes back to Nathan's point around data, quantifying what is going on in the site before you even consider building. Certainly that data and the analysis of it in most markets is completely transparent. It's completely available. As you said, it's thousands and thousands of pages. I think the last project that we put in to get planning consent, I think, was 12 or 16,000 pages. So you've got to have some tenacity to get through it. But all that data is there. I think there's a wider point as well around collaboration, because, of course, we are all, well, certainly Total Energies and ourselves, we are competitors, but we also collaborate across the industry on some of these key factors around data. There's a lot of work going on to share marine data in particular, but also to work together on the risks. I'm involved in a program, for example, developing strategic compensation solutions for environmental impacts. So there is a lot of collaboration, but for an investor, I think the data is there, and I would certainly be concerned if I were an investor and the project developer wasn't giving me all of the information that I would expect to see. If it's not in the public domain, I would have thought it would be shareable anyway, certainly with an investor.
Excellent. I might use my moderator's prerogative to share one last question in the time that we have. We've been talking a lot about the development of specific projects and how we analyze the risk in one specific place. But we know that protection of biodiversity really depends on taking more of a landscape or an ecosystem approach. And so my question would be, given that we have such an imperative to develop renewable energy and to do that transition, and we're likely looking at multiple sites in those same ecosystems, how can companies, finance, governments, and conservation NGOs work together to think about and to plan for the cumulative impacts of multiple renewable energy investments? And Alberto, I might go to you first, if you want to start there, and then I'll let others jump in as well.
Very good. If I may, using the prerogative of the microphone, I just want to comment on the data, because I want to just give a slight dimension from the financier. We also received, 16,000 pages, and for the financiers to have to interpret that data is very complicated. So you need to interpret that data, and also governments need to act upon, and also the financiers need to act upon. So I think we have come a long way in terms of developing the data. So it's how you use the data in a smart way, in an effective way. But having said that, and that also links well to your question, we are moving very, very proactively in looking for country approaches and landscape approaches, because we are financing project by project, and we were looking into the data and the cumulative impact, and then we were seeing that neighbors were not talking to each other. even across the fence. So I think that's the way to go. And I think that, we do have the tools today to look in these cumulative impacts. And I think for decades we've been talking about strategic environmental assessment. We have not just been doing it, on an effective basis. So when it comes to this multitude of sources of energy, the hydro, the wind, the solar, and the more traditional ones, I think we need to look into an integrated approach. Thank you.
Can I just very quickly make one comment around financial investors? We have a lot of financial investors. We sell down all of our assets to 50%. One of the really positive things we're seeing is the build-up of expertise in those financial institutions. We really like informed partners in our projects, and it's great to see that capability developing.
Sure.
Come back briefly to your question on the cumulative impact assessment. Not so sure in terms of how to, what the financing mechanisms or vehicles could be put in place, but certainly it's a massive issue. And I think for offshore wind, it's a big one. We've seen in the oil and gas, for example, in the Gulf of Mexico, the national authorities would step in and work at a strategic environmental impact assessment approach, to steer the industry in the right direction. I imagine that should be happening also for offshore wind, just because of the massive ecological barrier effects that you get in the North Sea potentially, so and in other locations. So it's the public-private partnerships that we need to look at, and we need middlemen, and I think the NGO community has a huge role there to play to facilitate things. The initiatives like Combo, which are there to raise capacity in terms of the biodiversity mitigation hierarchy and the gain approaches on both sides of the table for government and the operator, the developers. That's a really good example of where the conservation community steps in and allows for these things to happen. So we're not starting from scratch, certainly.
Yes. Mayando, I believe you wanted to chime in.
Oh yes, I just wanted to make a quick comment to say I think that to us, like many other developing countries, I think that's where the issue of assessment is crucial. Yeah, because the data that we are talking about interpreting here, if it's not there, then the chances that government will rush into attaining energy security or economic development, neglecting the biodiversity need, then becomes huge. So I think it's important that in terms of partnership, we build partnerships even around assessments, so that in terms of the data that we have about these biodiversity sensitive area, we have enough information that can inform decision making.
Excellent, excellent point. Nathan, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, and I'll just say from the Conservancy's perspective, we've been thinking about cumulative impacts for a long time, and all projects have impacts, not just renewable energy projects. So when we look out in the Great Plains, it's the oil and gas well, it's the Walmart, it's the renewable energy system. And when we think about this type of an approach, we have to recognize that a lot of these systems are being built in regulatory averse environments. So we can't lean just on the regulatory side. We have to think about these non-competitive collaborations and opportunities. And I think one great example in the US is the work that clean energy buyers are doing to say they want to see thoughts on cumulative impacts, want to see how their energy purchases across their entire company have that, and want to see more data and more data in a usable way. So I think we can start thinking more creatively about what are the other types of actors within the supply chain, within the partnerships, and what are voices that aren't on the table that should be at the table to make sure that we understand that we're measuring the right impacts.
Ariane, I'd like to give you the last word because you talked so much about anticipating risk. Is your industry or is insurance also anticipating further build out when you're looking at the risks around particular projects and what that might mean biodiversity wise as wind or solar proliferates?
So indeed, we started by building indicators on climate risk, and quickly enough, we thought, okay, this is not enough. So we are indeed building now knowledge around biodiversity risk. And for renewable energy, we are actually starting to build industry measures and actually to be able to provide data where there is no previous experiences and there is no on-site data. And there is some amazing data sources that can be used to build multimodal indicators that will take into account biodiversity corridors that will take into account endangered species that will take into account, you know, a lot of qualitative information that actually are there and that could be used as insightful information before making any public or private decision into investing into renewables. So yeah, we're trying to build this.
Yes, and I appreciate, I think a good reminder that there are actually a lot of publicly available sources, and thinking strategically about how to combine them can help us make better decisions there too. I'm afraid we've reached the end of the time for our panel, but as you can see, this is both a complex topic, but one where we have many different aspects of this industry, from government to financiers, developers, the NGO community, thinking through how to make sure we cite those renewable energy projects in the best possible way for individual projects and for landscapes. There's more work to do to get us where we need to be, but this shift in norms and expectations and the conversation today, I think, is a positive sign toward where we are going. So thanks to all of you for your time and attention, and thanks to the panelists. Please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let's take our seats as we begin the final session today at the Nature Positive Pavilion. And we have had several conversations this afternoon, and the message was very clear that infrastructure poses great dangers to biodiversity, but at the same time, we need infrastructure. A stronger message is that is the benefit and the dangers that infrastructure exposes to various functions in the ecosystem. We've also heard about the need for collaboration across various parties. And as we come to the last session, and this is a reflection more on what can finance do to influence the investments in nature-positive infrastructure. And in this session on nature-positive infrastructure financing, we'll be focusing on the role of multinational development banks as far as investments in infrastructure or nature-positive infrastructure are concerned. We've heard that an infrastructure tsunami is coming. And given that 75% of the built infrastructure that we expect in 2050 does not yet exist, then indeed, we anticipate to have an infrastructure tsunami. And with me this afternoon is a very rich and diverse panel from across the continent, across the globe. And we have on the panel, and in no particular order, Juan Pablo Bonilla. He is the manager for climate change and sustainable development sector at Inter-American Development Bank. We also have Adonai Herrera Martinez. He's the director of the Environment and Sustainability Department at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Next, we have Dr. Valerie Hickey, Global Director for Environment, Natural Resources, and Blue Economy at the World Bank. We have Eva Meerhofer, who is the Head of Environment Policy Unit, Lead Biodiversity Specialist Environment, Climate and Social Office at European Investment Bank. We also have Francesco Ricciardi, Senior Environment Specialist at Asian Development Bank. And we have, last but not least, we have Vanessa Ushie, who is the Acting Director at Africa Natural Resources Management and Investment Center at the Africa Development Bank Group. And given that the sensitivity yet the importance of infrastructure, we'll start off with you, Dr. Ushie. What are the current and future opportunities for investing in nature-positive infrastructure?
Hello? No. Hello? Good. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Christine, and it's a pleasure for us to be here from the African Development Bank. I think, first of all, the most important aspect of this conversation is to have a common definition of what is nature positive. And this is ongoing within the MDB's working group for us to have a better comprehension of how we approach this question and how we're able to mainstream it in our operations. But if you look at the key drivers of biodiversity loss and the sectors in which this is concentrated, looking at things like agriculture, construction, transportation, and energy, I think that these are where the opportunities are to really align financing to be more nature positive. So the estimates of how much Africa needs to close its infrastructure financing gap is about $108 billion annually. This means that there is an opportunity for us to really build forward better and start to embed green solutions, which can now turn these portfolios into being more nature positive.
So what have we done at the AFDB? Two examples. At COP27, we launched an Africa Green Infrastructure Alliance in collaboration with Africa 50 and other global partners. And what it seeks to do is to raise about $500 million of early-stage project preparation and development capital for infrastructure. And the goal is to try and boost bankability of projects and to generate up to about $10 billion in investment in green infrastructure. Another example is through our Urban Municipal and Development Fund, which has disbursed around 400 million euros since 2018. And a core component of this is on sustainable planning and integrated development, again on project preparation and subnational finance. And there are opportunities to try and include KPIs on nature positive investments in this portfolio, and again to build a pipeline of projects in the future. And another example I would like to mention is on the Green Banks Initiative. So if you look at the climate financing gap, which is about between 100 billion and 130 billion annually for Africa, on the other hand, we have opportunities of around 3 trillion to generate climate finance. So imagine turning that into bankable projects, and that's what the whole Green Bank Initiative is about. So it's looking at critical sectors like renewable energy, energy efficiency, transportation, and agriculture as well, and trying to see how we can create a facility. So this will have a trust fund of $1.5 billion up to 2025, and it's really about creating green banks in Africa that can finance green infrastructure. Finally, on the mainstreaming side, as part of a project on mainstreaming natural capital in infrastructure, we've done some pilots looking at projects on hydropower and agricultural value chains in Tanzania and Mozambique. So what we did is that we're able to do some analysis of the locations of these projects. We estimated the risks and impacts on biodiversity and natural capital, so that when we now present these projects through the approval process, the risks are very clear. It helps our investment decision making to understand and mitigate this risk from the onset before they affect the project performance in the long term. We've also done some analysis of how policymakers can be trained in building their knowledge and use of natural capital methods. So I think on the mainstreaming side and on the financing side, we see clear opportunities. We've designed some initiatives, and we are taking the steps towards really becoming more nature positive in our operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ushe. And it's interesting, Vanessa, because we have, you have brought out the opportunities or investments that are already currently ongoing. And the other thing you brought out is the aspect of common definitions, because one of the common denominators in the finance world is having metrics or parameters that everyone can identify with and that are comparable, and they mean the same across the board. And now going on to Juan Pablo, and this I could flow into this because we could have this as a challenge, but what are the other potential and existing challenges that could be influencing nature positive infrastructure? And in your opinion, how do you see the solutions? What are the likely solutions to be? Because if we have opportunities, then there is a possibility, and we have these conversations that Vanessa has mentioned, bankable projects. Maybe there could be unbankable projects. So what's the bridge? How do we bridge that gap between the bankable and the unbankable projects?
Thank you, and it's a pleasure being here today with all of us. First of all, I think as you said before, having the same way to measure is going to be key. The second, that for us has a lot of lessons learned. We already merged the group of natural capital and biodiversity with climate, and that is allowing us to work with the infrastructure department in a different way. So I think instead of imposing any agenda, we need to be very humble and listen to the different teams that are structuring projects in the infrastructure department and see how nature-based solutions could be part of the design since the beginning to improve the project and to provide sustainability to the project. And that is linked in our banks also with the safeguards department. For example, the ADB developed a climate risk assessment of our projects. From there, we can see what we need to incorporate into the projects to mitigate risk. And that's a good way to start saying, okay, if we're going to design a new road, a new port, how to include nature-based solutions as part of that. If you're going to design a new hydro, what do you need to do upstream to protect the basins? We have a good example of the water fund, for example, to work with utilities and mayors to recognize that. Now, the valuing part of nature and intrinsic value of nature is also going to be key to incorporate this into the decision making. And when you ask about bankability, I think we need to go upstream and work with ministries not only of infrastructure but finance and planning to have that information. So, for example, in Brazil, we are developing a new monitor digital platform with the Ministry of Economy using resources from the UK SIP, the UK Sustainable Infrastructure Program, to have a platform with different infrastructure investments at the national level, but then be subnational, and see how we can incorporate nature-based solutions on that. So far, the IDB has incorporated nature-based solutions in about 28 to 30 infrastructure projects. It's about $800 million, leveraging 400 to 500 more. But I think the way to go for the future, we just launched a new platform for ministers of finance of the region with the support of Germany, of IKI, to start building every day more capacities at the ministries of finance and planning to have investment plans links to NDCs and hopefully in the future to biodiversity. If you start bringing to those investment plans nature-based solutions as part of the solution, I think is a higher planning to do. To finalize, I live in Washington, in Alexandria, and for those who are familiar with Washington, the most important infrastructure project of the city, you don't see it, is what the city has done with box culverts to create resiliency to Washington. It's a $2.6 billion investment. It was a bond. But the good thing is that they incorporated $100 million project based on nature to work with communities, but also to provide more sustainability to the investments. So again, I'm a civil engineer. I think we need to see in a pragmatic way how to incorporate mangroves when we are doing a city loan. An example that we have is Barranquilla in my country, Colombia, is going to be one of the first loans of the ADB directed to a city, incorporating a lot of work with mangroves. Is what we're doing also with Panama right now to assess the value of mangroves. Hydros, I mentioned the example. Roads, tertiary roads, main roads, how to incorporate nature-based solutions to improve drainage. But there is a key issue for the future, and with this I finalize, and it's the role of the rating agencies to create incentive for more investments in these issues. I mentioned yesterday in another panel, I was with S&P and the IMF, we need to stop penalizing vulnerability and rewarding resiliency. So what are the incentives from the rating agencies for countries to invest more in the resiliency and have a better rating? Or if you're developing a concession for a private sector development, for them to incorporate this as the beginning and not be penalized for vulnerability paying higher premiums of insurance, for example, but on the contrary, have a better rating due to nature-based solutions as part of the design to reduce the pricing of the concession. So anyways, it's beyond us and MPVs, it's the financial system. That was the call at the COP27 that is getting momentum also here to have the financial system as a whole, seeing what are the incentives to do what you were asking. Sorry that I talked too much, but it's a fascinating topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan Pablo, and I agree it's a fascinating topic indeed. And before I come to you, Eva, I like the emphasis you have brought in on listening to different parties and listening to everyone. And you brought in the Ministry of Planning, mentioned the Ministers of Finance, mentioned the rating agencies. This event is about negotiations. And who has been negotiating? It's government. And that brings me to the question to Eva. What role do you think the governments can play to enhance the investments in nature-positive infrastructure?
Thank you, Christine. I think I'll take a step back. I think there's I mean, there's a big challenge to meet, and often what one would want governments is to lead, but progress is being held up by economic, political, and regulatory obstacles. And plus, there's a lack of national and global leadership, I think, that we've seen in many countries, even in Europe. So meeting ambitious sustainable targets requires a bold, whole of society approach, and I think this is what Juan Pablo mentioned. I mean, it's not about just the ministries of development and planning, but it's the society as a whole. And also we need to look at sustained long-term government commitment. And this is something that often is not there due to other, political short-termism and so forth, and also pressures from different lobbies. Currently, the energy crisis, certainly in Europe, put competing interests are at stake. So a step change is certainly needed. And I think also governments need to realize that market forces alone are not going to solve the problem, that they do have that role to play. And one part of it is that they don't currently value ecosystems and their services that contribute to economy and human social well-being. If you look at any of their models right now, their short-term gains are being looked at, typically without the longer-term ecological benefits. And you see it certainly in the tourism industry. Very often you see these large hotels being built on very fragile coastal wetlands that erode the soil and then also reduce fish stocks, destroying local communities. But I think something that Valerie has often mentioned in a couple of previous panels, and I completely agree with her, is that GDP is no longer the right metric to measure economic success. And what you need to do is you need to measure inclusive wealth, which links all capital assets, so from the produced capital, natural capital, and human capital as the aggregate value of a country's success. And that is a necessary step towards returning up to a path of sustainable growth and ensuring really that soft landing for nature if we don't want to go beyond the planetary boundaries. One other aspect is, and I think also Juan mentioned that, I mean, there is a lack of poor planning and implementations, and governments have that role of, to play in the right conditions for creating the right incentives, but the right conditions for sustainability. But that also means taking account of the different dependencies in the different sectors, but also down the supply chain. So looking at those interdependencies is absolutely critical. And where private sector, and I'm sure Adonai is going to come to it, where the private sector is being held accountable in terms of disclosure and reporting and ESG. You don't see that same accountability in governments. There is a lack of public sector reporting. We don't see it, for example, in terms of the harmful subsidies. We have no idea. A lot of them are hidden. And therefore, they should also be held accountable. They should also be reporting and disclosing on their risks and impacts of their policies. And that would be key important. And then the last thing is insufficient public engagement to educate actually the public of the environmental challenges, and that lack of understanding has contributed in a way to push back by the public when trying to put in place, these green transition policies. And we've seen it in Europe with the Gilets jaunes. There's that lack of understanding, and I think had it been explained a little better and not looked at it in terms of short-termism, we may have, avoided some of the clashes. So where we as MDBs can play a role is really looking at supporting governments to boost innovation through increased funding, setting the right enabling environment, looking at supporting them in improving the design and delivery of green incentives, so that they can act as a role model for other parts of the economy and promote a whole society, people, and nature-centered approach. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Eva. And it brings out the pressure that then the government has, because at the end of the day, if we want infrastructure, like if we didn't have the lighting and this building to shelter from the cold weather outside, I am sure we may not have been very happy with the government of Montreal. But right now we are very happy with them because we have that. And, but then again, because this being a public, I would call it a public commodity, and I'll be coming to you, Adonai, because nature is a public good. And so the focus is not so much on the private sector. You find that maybe the government is more, there is also a bit of focus on the government. But if we are to look at the private sector, how then can the public sector and the multinational development banks help to drive nature positive agenda with the private sector? And given that we are already seeing a lot of mechanisms in place that are requiring the private sector to are held to account rather, and I like what Eva has also brought out, that the government is not being held accountable, but the private sector is being held accountable. So we are already seeing initiatives driving towards holding the private sector accountable. But is that enough, or is there much more that can be done?
Thank you, Christine, and thank you, Kate and WWF for the kind invitation to be here today among this distinguished panel of speakers, many of them inspirational. I'll try to be as persuasive and as possible. I'll give you first the context of where my answer comes from. EBRD is a private sector focused institution. We do about 75% of our annual business investments in the private sector. We invest about 10 billion euros per year, from Morocco to Mongolia, from Estonia to Egypt, just to give you the region, right? It's a region ridden by very depleted infrastructure. So our experience, our historical experience has always been that of rehabilitation, including the rehabilitation of degraded ecosystems. So that's where our nature positive experience comes from, right? And we've been doing so in two different ways, right? By doing the right thing, that is by investing in pollution prevention, in wastewater treatment plants, circular economy, even the restoration of ecosystems to a certain extent. I think our colleagues from the public sector have much more experience than us. We are a newcomer to that. And then by doing things right, through our environmental social policy, through doing no significant harm or trying to achieve no net loss. Okay, so that's doing things right and doing the right thing. But that's not enough. In a context where about 70% of the wildlife population have been lost in the 1970s in our lifetime, and I'm giving away a bit my age, but so we've lost 70% of the wildlife populations. There is more mass in human-made materials than in biomass. That reflects, those two facts reflect a huge crisis, right? So just doing basic standards and just investing in pollution prevention is just not enough to recuperate biodiversity. We've identified 4 entry points as a private sector focused bank. Conservation, and it was interesting, these events are fantastic to actually link to people that you don't usually speak to. I was speaking to the CEO of the International Coalition for on Minerals and Metals. I think that's the right acronym, ICNMM. And they were actually sharing some very interesting experiences of some of their clients, some of their participants, just by the sheer fact of having a stewardship on nature, protecting those ecosystems against deforestation, right? So the private sector has the opportunity to actually protect nature against the loss driven by other factors, right? We have the entry point, the second entry point on prevention, what I said before, circular economy, wastewater treatment, nature-based solutions, and from our side, I have here my colleague Rachel Barza, who's a real expert in nature-based solutions, so if you have any questions, you can ask her. And the fourth entry point, which is the one I'm personally quite excited or quite hopeful about, is the opportunity to go beyond the no net loss in our standard nature neutral projects into net gains, right? already in our policies, and I think in probably all our policies, we have the frame of achieving net environmental gains for critical habitats. But that same concept, if applied as much as possible to as many projects as possible, we have the opportunity to actually start recuperating nature through projects that are not initially designed for that, as a side benefit of the application of our policies, right? And for that we need three key things, in my opinion, and I close here. One is start considering, I think all the colleagues have said it before, and it's been said all across this COP, we need to start considering the value of nature through natural capital valuation. In our case, through a bottom-up approach where we contextualize the location of our projects, right? And the ecosystem services where our projects are being delivered. We need to start assessing and reporting the nature-related risk. And we've heard about TNFD, they are driving the goal. We are running a pilot, and two things on that front. We're running a pilot, and we've actually, sharing two hopeful, two optimistic points. We've realized that the information we get through the climate-related risks, and we've issued 3 TCFD reports, it's extremely useful to actually start assessing nature-related risks. So thanks to the climate work, we reduced enormously the barriers of entries for nature-related risks. And then the natural capital valuation modeling is actually a very good way of bridging between nature physical risks and the financial risks of those nature risks. And that's something we don't have in climate. In fact, we all struggle. We all identify climate risks, but we all struggle in translating that into the probability of default of projects, right? That's something that's a problem that can be bridged through natural capital valuation. So in a way, when I have colleagues saying, oh, nature finance is complex, equally complex to adaptation, no, it's not really equally complex, because we have a baseline that is tangible, which is the status of the ecosystem, whereas for adaptation, we have a counterfactual that is hypothetical. So it's actually much easier for us to compare against a baseline, a physical baseline. Second, we have methodologies that help us monetize the risks. So in a way, we're in an ideal position, if I may be over-optimistic. And third element we need to do, and with this I conclude, we need to start creating market mechanisms to reward, to compensate, and to pay for nature-positive intervention. We need to develop, strengthen the carbon removal markets at the first stage as a premium source of carbon credits to repay for reforestation. And second, an example of in the UK of DEFRA, the Department of Environment, Forestry and Rural Affairs, thank you, Eva, is a very good one. They've started developing a biodiversity market to actually compensate for those net biodiversity gains that I was referring to. So it all starts, in my mind at least, it all starts making sense. We just need to collectively work together to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adonai, and I think it's the emphasis on rewarding the nature-positive investments. I think that has come out very strongly, and it also came out earlier, and it's a point of focus because if you look again at the aspect you've brought out of the comparing the nature risks and the financial risks, we are very cognizant of the financial risks, which are more historical focused. We model the financial risk more from a historical point of view, and the nature risks are more futuristic. So, and maybe when we bring the two together, that can help us shape up the kind of investments we'll be looking at and the nature of maybe a better comparison of risk return. Give us and make us more comfortable from an investment perspective. And I'm coming over to you, Valerie. And now that risk has come in, and this may also be more swayed on the side of developing economies, because we have several economies or countries that get loaded, and they are still looking for opportunities to make investments. And one of the options could be looking at the opportunities that are available to utilize local financing to finance some of these infrastructure investments. But how do we do that? Or what is it that we can do? Because we are not really seeing the local financing in some of these countries going into these infrastructure projects. What do you think we can do to influence that?
So it's a really good question, Christine. Thank you. And part of the answer is safeguards. And I want to go back to what Ed and I was saying, because I think it's a brilliant point. This idea that we've gone beyond no net loss to net gain is already happening. You know, we're moving down the mitigation hierarchy when it comes to safeguards. We used to sort of, you know, we let things happen and we'll offset it. And now increasingly, we're not just avoiding offsets, we're avoiding impact, adverse impact. And we're moving down that mitigation chain, and that's so important, and we're using that as an excuse to get involved in project design. We did this, for example, in Nepal. We have a $140 million investment in the East-West Highway. And we're traditionally, if this had happened 15 years ago or 20 years ago, we'd help build the road, we'd straighten the road, and, you know, if the tigers got killed on the road, that would be terrible. Maybe we'd put up some speed bumps, maybe we'd put up some signs and say, well, that would be done, and maybe somewhere else we'd help declare a national park and hope all the tigers went there. But what we've actually done in this case is much different. It's think about the design of the road. And so it is, yes, of course, putting in all sorts of wildlife barriers, wildlife crossings, using the kind of engineering skills that Juan Bonilla brings to the table, and really thinking through how do we make sure those tigers can get across the road if they absolutely need to, but then making sure they don't need to by doing a huge afforestation program and building habitat for them where the road is no longer something they necessarily have to cross. But then going one step further and thinking about how do you build a road and make a road more resilient using nature-based solutions, and actually designing the road with nature engineering. And I think this is so interesting and important. And it's something that we don't know enough about. There's an awful lot of engineers. Every year, tens of thousands of engineers graduate from school. Very few of them have ever taken a course in nature-based engineering. And then we come and we talk to them about this, and they don't know what it is. So we have to go back to the schools, and we have to figure out the procurement piece. And this is where I finally, it was a bit of a roundabout way to get to the question you asked about local finance. One of the reasons it's hard to get domestic private capital, so local banks, into doing infrastructure, particularly the kind of infrastructure we want, nature-based infrastructure, is that they don't know how to procure it, and they don't know how to price risk in the sector. Procurement is often the very boring way we figure out how to get something done and how to price it. What's the price per component? What's the price per widget? People know how to price concrete. They know how to price steel for infrastructure. They have no idea how to price mangroves for infrastructure. So if you don't have that procurement sort of Trojan horse that helps you understand how to price a sector, you don't know how to price risk, because you can't then assess risk and reward. And so as a domestic bank, I'll just say I just don't know how to do it. And so I think that's one of the challenges we have in this space, is that there is a data gap, and more so data confusion. And I think this is something that Vanessa brought up, and Ava brought it up too. You know, in conservation, we have a love of the new and the innovative, and rebranding things and coming up with new standards, a new way of thinking about things and calling things new. Nature positive was not a word any of us used 5 years ago. Now it's the new thing. And I think that confuses banks. And think about the loan officer who never comes and sits in a COP, who has to figure out, they want me to cover the cost, the 3% additional cost, because that's what it is usually. The difference between regular infrastructure and nature-based resilient infrastructure is largely about 3% of the costs. That's not nothing. So if you're going to the bank and saying, I need a larger loan because I want to do nature-based solutions to make this nature positive, the poor loan officer, she's not going to have a clue what they're talking about. And she's not going to be able to have a cheat sheet that tells her how to price it out, and that the price that the business plan, the infrastructure is coming with makes sense. And that becomes a real problem. So we need to reduce the data confusion. We also need to make sure that there's no longer policy confusion or policy gaps. We need to make sure that local banks not only can, because they'll have the data, invest in infrastructure, but they're expected to, that becomes the only kind of infrastructure that anybody wants a loan for. Because the other kind of infrastructure, the nature negative infrastructure, by policy can no longer happen. And then there is often this financing gap, and I think this is where we as multilateral development banks can be much more engaged. Because, Juan Pablo, I actually think it's important that we try and green finance, especially green finance in domestic markets. And that's by helping make sure that we can de-risk for them. That either we can co-invest and be the first loss, we take the first loss, so that they can get used to financing in the nature-positive infrastructure space that they don't know how to do. Or we can help them reduce a specific risk. We can help them make sure that the value of the underlying assets is increased through credit enhancement. That's our role. And not only should we do that using our loan capital, we should think about mobilizing the grant financing we all have access to do that. Because at the end of the day, everybody recognizes that for $1 invested in nature-positive resilient infrastructure, the economic impact is $5.20. That's a really good economic win. The problem is we need to help a bank translate that economic gain into dollars and cents when it comes to why they need to invest the additional 3% and loan someone the additional 3%. And so that's part of the conversation we need to start having to make local domestic money flow as well.
Thank you very much, Valerie. And Francesco, before I come to you, and bringing out the aspect of, one, the data confusion, I think that has already come out, and it's even the, well, I think the simplistic use of acronyms sometimes can also get very confusing. Some are very similar, but they mean totally different things. And the other aspect that comes out strongly is the need for capacity building. Because there seems to be also information out there, but even the ability to understand or the capability to understand that information is not there. So even when we speak to them about investing in nature-positive infrastructure, then they may not understand what we are talking about. And the good thing is that the multinational development banks understand what this is all about. And that brings me to you, Francesco, because what is it that investors are doing to mainstream biodiversity into the operational and strategic decisions while designing and implementing infrastructure? Because that's the kind, those are the methodologies, or those are the activities, or that is the knowledge that we could bring down to the other investors so that we can help catalyze and activate action from the bottom.
Thank you very much, Christina. It's an honor to be the last speaker of the last session. I'm going to win the prize later, please. Well, this is a very important question, I guess. Normally, what biodiversity enter into discussion at the safeguard level. I think everyone here agrees that sometimes it's too late. No, say for people who's not familiar with the Multilateral Development Bank procedures, safeguards are all the standards that we put in place to protect the social and environmental aspect of a project. But if we arrive at that point, sometimes it's too late, because we lose the possibility of avoidance, which is the very first step of the hierarchy. So what we can do is try to upstream the environmental and social consideration at a very higher level, like country partnership strategy. I guess every bank around the world has continued discussion with the governments about how to develop the country itself. So, but very seldom environmental and social consideration are included in this discussion. The country comes to us saying, we want to do this road, this hydropower, this transmission line, but it's difficult to include environmental and social risks in that discussion. So it's probably where we should try to push more. So having data supporting decision on a strategic level. There are tools. For example, we use tools to calculate climate risk. that is very common, I guess, in every country. But we have tools to calculate biodiversity risk and biodiversity impacts of infrastructure, but we don't use them. So that's probably the next step, including biodiversity risk in the country strategy. So, and probably the second step is making them understand that if we use the old financial and economic models, it's very difficult to make the case for infrastructure, green infrastructure or wildlife-friendly infrastructure, for example, because it's going to cost 3% more. And they don't want to spend 3% more to build that. So including that cost in their financial models is difficult, but it has to be done. So we need to change probably the socioeconomic system that is behind all this consideration. It's difficult, but I think it's something that's very important. We are far behind the climate in that sense, but probably we are here in this conference also to move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesco. And you've talked about the costing, the old models are no longer applicable. And I would want, and I think I'll open up the floor for questions to from the audience. But before I do that, is how then do we transition to help them understand the new models? And this could be about valuing or incorporating the value of nature into whether it's a new model or whether it's the existing model that we modify. And I think this can go to anyone on the panel, not necessarily Francesco. And that is, we can now open up for questions from the audience. We have one there, and yeah, so.
Thank you. Thank you for such an interesting panel. This is Ernesto Herrera from Reforestamos in Mexico. And Eva, you were talking about this information gap and some others. Okay, sorry about that. This is Ernesto Herrera from Reforestamos in Mexico. This is a question for Eva. You were talking about this information gap. Is that like a talent lack? Is not enough people so that so they can really be developing the information? Is that the lack of places where conversations need to be taking place, or what or is that something related to technology? Because probably we need to be developing more machine learning technologies to make sense of all the data. So what in your opinion, what is missing? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of things missing, Ernesto. So first, I do think there's information missing in terms of the technical side of things, the engineering side of things. We all talk about nature-based solutions, but we don't always know the engineering around that. We don't know the load bearing of mangroves when we expect them to act the same way as a seawall. But we know the load bearing of seawall. We know the failure rates of a seawall. We know when wave energy will be so high the seawall will fail. We don't know that for mangroves. So there is a technical information gap, and that's why we need to work with engineering schools to begin to build that curriculum and turn out thousands and tens of thousands of engineers who know this. I think there's a pricing gap, in part because there's a confusion between value and price. So value is what something is worth. Price is what someone is willing to pay for it. In conservation, we love talking about value. You know, the value of mangroves is so many trillions of dollars. It's true, but that doesn't turn into a balance sheet. What matters to a bank, a domestic bank, any bank, is risk and reward. How much is the risk? How can I price that? And what's my reward? Price that. And then it's a simple math. It's reward minus risk, and if it's positive, I'll provide a loan. And we don't have enough information about the price. So we need to figure out the price. I also think there's an information gap on indicators for measuring impact and results. In part, it's less that there's a gap and more that there's a fragmentation. There are hundreds of indicators. Everybody has their own preferred indicators, and I think banks are traditionally conservative and risk averse. And when there are lots and lots of indicators and they're not calibrated and we don't know which one is the best one, banks get nervous because they're afraid they're going to pick the wrong one. And they're not actually going to have the right impact. This is something we hear, Christine, all the time from capital markets, that they have an awful lot of money. They're willing to invest in infrastructure because, you know, money looks for two things: to manage risk and to identify opportunity. There's huge opportunity with infrastructure because of all the infrastructure that's going to be built between now and 2050. There's money to be made. But they're nervous until the policy environment is clear. Basically, the law demands that infrastructure is nature positive, because why would you pay for something that isn't mandated? And they're nervous about indicators and being able to show clearly that when we say we're investing in something nature positive, we can prove that it is.
Thank you very much. I think we'll just take one more. Yes, I think what I'll propose we do is that if you've got a burning question, then you can engage with each of the panelists individually, because we've run out of time. I know the finance conversation can get a bit interesting, as we have witnessed during the COP. It can also get very sticky, but I don't think here it's been sticky. It has flowed very well, but I would encourage that if you've got a question, please engage with the panelists individually. To the panelists, thank you very much. We do appreciate your presence here. So thank you very much, and looking forward to future engagements.
Who stayed here all day? I know the guy from Mexico. Yes, he wins. Woo! Thank you